It's week 10 of the high school football season. West Mason. Ben Burdett, he's covering Northern Kentucky. He's at Ryle at Simon Kenton. Colton Smith, he's at Mason County and Covington Catholic, giving us updates on that game tonight. Ben Miller will be reporting on the Scott and Highlands game tonight. We'll check in with Ben later on. And Emily Sisk will be keeping us up to date on games going on in Southeast Indiana. Welcome to the studios of Friday Football Live one more time for the 2024 high school football season. I'm Matt Sexton. Great to have you along with us. We've got a great slate of high school football games all across the area tonight. Some big games, some league championships will be decided, and one of the biggest games we have tonight in the GCL Co-Ed, a league champion will be decided tonight. But it's time to get out to our first live action of the night here on Friday Football Live. And we are headed out first to the pit at Elder. It's Elder and LaSalle, the final GCL South game of the 2024 regular season. LaSalle 7-2 overall in the season, but those two losses were both in the GCL South. Last week they were a winner over Harvest Prep 28-14. Elder 5-4 overall, 0-2 in the GCL South. They beat Bishop Chatard last week 14-0. Last year was a good one. Elder won 29-23. Should be another good one tonight. So let's head out to the pit and our friends at the Elder News Network, Elder Student Production, with tonight's broadcast on Friday Football Live.
Off left guard and being thrown back by the Elder defensive line for a gain of 2.
And we're going to see what LaSalle is going to dial up offensively. We're not really sure what the identity of this team is. Obviously, Pat McLaughlin, a senior starting quarterback, started for a couple years now. He's going to see if he can kind of take this offense by the reins, or if they're going to have to rely on this run game.
That was Devin Bird on the carry, a gain of 2. Second down and 8 for LaSalle at the 21-yard line. 30 seconds have elapsed here in the first quarter. And McLaughlin will sprint right, throw, and it's complete near first down yardage to the 28-yard line. It'll be a gain of 6, perhaps 7.
One thing you're going to see all night long, especially on the outside for LaSalle, just the athletic receivers. And they're going to be more athletic than Elder secondary. It's going to be up to Elder secondary to make open field tackles and break down in space and secure the ball carrier.
I believe that was Max Welter on the reception for LaSalle. Third down and 2. At the Lancer 27-yard line, pistol formation for McLaughlin. He'll have Bird stand to his right, 2 receivers to his left. And Elder brings a blitz. They hand up the gut and close to the first down yardage. It'll be very close as Devin Bird runs over the center, and the referees spot it 4th and short already.
Oh, this is going to be big decision time for LaSalle. Let's see how gutsy they are if they're going to try to go for this on 4th down. If they don't succeed here, Elder can be set up really nicely.
Indeed. Here comes the punting unit, so LaSalle thinks better of it. And the Panther defense forces at least a 3-and-out, at least for now, assuming LaSalle. Actually, no, LaSalle looks like they are going to go for it. Thought for a moment they were sending the punting unit on, and now they do drop back into a punting formation. So a little sleight of hand there by the LaSalle coaching staff. And Elder kick returner back at the 34-yard line. And over the shoulder grab is bobbled and picked up at the 20-yard line. And coming to the 25, here comes the LaSalle special teams unit in pursuit. And it was Adam Arling on the return.
So we've got a punt here at the pit. We'll check back in with this one as the night goes on. For the first time tonight, let's head to the game that will decide the GCL Co-Ed tonight. It is Baden and McNicholas. Baden is 7-2, 4-0 in the GCL Co-Ed. Last week they beat CJ 14-0. McNick 8-1, 4-0 in the conference. Last week they blasted Carroll 59-0, but it did come at a price. They lost their starting quarterback for the remainder of the season, so it's going to be up to the backup for the Rockets, and he just made a nice throw there for a first down as they are into Baden territory. Both these teams will be in the playoffs next week. No surprises there, but McNick could get a top 4 seed with a win tonight, which would guarantee them potentially 2 home games in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. We're going to head out to the dulcet tones of our own Brady Labor, who's got the call for this one out at McNicholas High School as the Rockets are into Baden territory.
Well, Powderly leads the team in receptions. Powderly listed as a tight end, but has been used more as a wide receiver. So it'll be 1st and 10 in Baden territory. Meltebrink from the shotgun. He's got Nauman in the backfield and a hand it to him, and he is just shot out of a cannon. He gets across the 30 for a first down.
That looked like it was about a gain of 13.
The line of scrimmage was the 30. They mark him down. Was the 43. He's tackled at the 30. There you go. See, who said you weren't good at math?
Better than me. Rare moment.
Better than me.
I felt like Rain Man there for a second.
So they first down with 8:30 left to go in the quarter, and McNick driving. It's Meltebrink again. He'll hand off to Nauman. He runs into one of his blockers who was blown up, and he's going to struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage, and he will not. Roscoe Martin blew that play up for Baden as he just pushed the left tackle into the running back.
Yeah, just tough going there for Nauman. He had nowhere to go as his block was pushed right back into him.
Boy, Nauman was lucky to only lose a yard on that one, and it's 2nd and 11. Back to the 31. Jack Mayer in the game as a second tight end, and they hand it off to Harvey. Harvey can't get the edge, and he's forced out of bounds. Pate was there.
That looked like that was a loss of 2 as well.
Along with Alex Ulbrink. And that's going to be a loss back to the 33-yard line, so it'll be a loss of 2 more. And the Rockets are going backwards thanks to this Baden defense. So it'll be 3rd and 13 from the 33 as we approach the 7-minute mark of the first quarter. McNick received the opening kickoff and has been driving, but right now they could end up stalling here in 4-down territory. We'll see. They got a big first down when they're in the same predicament. It's a backwards pass to Nauman. He'll catch it. He'll get to the corner and fight his way back to what was the original line of scrimmage at the 30-yard line before he's forced out of bounds. On the stop was Luke Campbell for Baden.
This is out of kicking range, so you got to think they're going to go for 4th down here.
So it'll be 4th and 11. It's out of Raleigh Gabriel's field goal range, as you said, and they're not going to send the punt team out. At least not right away.
I think with your passing threat here from Meltebrink, you got to bring him back in as opposed to Sanfus. And that's who we're going to see line up behind center.
It's the shotgun formation. Sanfus is in the game, but as a wide receiver, which is what we've seen a lot, and a lot of confusion. And McNick's going to have to burn a timeout here as they were not set up to do anything but get a penalty called on them.
Yeah, and that's tough. I mean, obviously, those are jitters with a new quarterback behind you, behind center and everything. The Rockets really have to get used to new leadership out there.
And I think Coach O talked about that. Coach Mike Orlando in our pregame, he said it might take a series or 2 to get everybody kind of used to where they need to be, especially from the quarterback position. When that play gets brought in, we've seen this even with veteran quarterbacks. There's a lot of information to process. And, not that Meltebrink hasn't played, it's just not been on this kind of stage.
Yeah, absolutely. This is unfortunately for Meltebrink, he's coming in the biggest game of the season for the Rockets.
But, they always say you're one play away from getting in the game, and now he is, right? And he's had a week to prepare. But you have to hate it for Braden Bobo to get to your senior year. This is your goal, to finally get to the doorstep and not to be able to be a part of it other than as a cheerleader and a teammate. As Meltebrink is back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket, but he gets it away. It's a high throw over the head of the intended receiver, Sampras, and it'll be a turnover on downs. Well, good job there by the Baden defense to flush him out of the pocket, and Meltebrink off his back foot. Overthrow.
So the Rockets drive into Ram territory, but turn it over on down, so Baden will have the ball 1st and 10 at the 31. We'll check back in with that one throughout the night. We're going to jump for the first time tonight out to Mason High School, thanks to our friends at ICRC Television, and it's Lakota West, who's off to a great start this season. Looking like they are ready for a great playoff run as they're going to throw this one up for the end zone. That looked like pass interference, and looks like we're going to get a flag there. Dakota West 8-1 overall, 7-1 in the GMC. Last week they beat East 42-24. Mason 5-4 overall, 5-3 in the GMC. They beat Sycamore last week 29-7. Last year was a tight one. Lakota West only won 10-7. Certainly West a little bigger favorite than that, and they are on the march into the red zone. Let's head out to Mason High School.
Big holding call there, pass interference, but if you're Amin Garnett, if you don't hold there, it could be a touchdown. So a nice awareness there. Is the first down, and Jaden Brogdon, when a couple of times we mentioned his name so far in this game.
Yeah, and you look at Brogdon, a 6'3" frame versus 5'11" of Amin Garnett, or 5'10", excuse me. It's a big size difference, so tough matchup for Garnett. It's going to be first down for Wiles. He drops back once again, looking right side, and it's over the head. Or no, it does go to Brogdon. It is tackled by Garnett once again. Looked like it might have been going to Tyson Davis, but a nice little comeback there from Brogdon.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication right here. Great ball, only a spot where Jaden Brogdon can catch it. And Daniel, you mentioned 6'3" frame. Gonna see a lot of throws that way. Comet's got to move some safeties over to that side to kind of help the smaller DBs over there.
So 2nd and 6 for the team. It's going to be a handoff to Davis to the left side. Davis is going to get into the end zone. And that's going to be an early 6 for the Lakota West Firebirds. They strike on the jet sweep to Tyson Davis. And a nice little start there for that Lakota West offense. They take a lead here early.
I mean, exactly the start you want if you're Lakota West. Get the stop, 3 and out. Get the penalty early in the drive, but a big play just bullies Mason down the field using Tyson Davis, their #1 guy for today's matchup. Just trucking the secondary there.
That's his.
Lakota West on the board first, 6-0, pending this extra point attempt, which is on the way, and it is good. It is 7-0 Lakota West. We'll get you back there in a moment. Let's out to Indian Hill, I should say, not Indiana. Indian Hill for the first time tonight here on Friday Football Live.
And he breaks through, and he's gone. Yes, he is. Devlin Daniel, 63 yards for a Braves touchdown. And, boy, with Vollmer in motion getting the ball the last time, the Taylor Yellow Jackets had to be honest on that one, and Devlin breaks free. And he's got a little limp as he comes off the field, but, man, if I ran 63 yards, I'd be more than limping.
So Devian Daniel has given the Braves an early lead in that one. Extra point is pending. Let's jump on out of here. We'll let you know how that extra point goes. We'll jump for the first time tonight to Highlands, which, big surprise, they're already on top in this one in a game that they are certainly heavily favored in tonight against Scott. I lost their opponent there for a minute. Scott 2-6 overall. Highlands 7-2. It's already 7-0 Highlands, and they are inside the 10-yard line looking to add to that lead. So it's now 14-0 Highlands. As we mentioned, they were already ahead 7-0, but Ben Miller is going to allow us to see how they got ahead 7-0. This was on their first drive of the game as Highlands got off to a quick start, and it's going to be a touchdown pass. High in the air, down the middle, and wide open, easily into the end zone for a touchdown. That's what made it 7-0. We just saw them score again. Another touchdown pass. It is 14-0. Bluebirds on top. For the first time tonight, let's head to Winton Woods. This is an interesting game here as a Winton Woods team that, of course, lost last week in a big game to Anderson 31-17. Many people thought that was going to be the game of the year. And then immediately after that one, in comes Lebanon. Lebanon 6-3 overall, 5-3 in the ECC. They beat Walnut Hills last week 41-6. Last year, Lebanon won this game at home 19-14. I know Winton Woods, a lot of people think this is going to be a bounce-back game for them, but it's the Warriors of Lebanon already up 7-0 and with the ball. Let's go out thanks to our friends at Waycross to check in on this Lebanon drive.
Just a great job picking up the read option right there by the Winton Woods Warriors.
Well, that's what they're going to have to do is play some stifling defense. Okay, so here come the Lebanon Warriors. There's the handoff. Can't get around. It's going to be change of possession. The Warriors will take over on down. That is Winton Woods. Just Landon Anderson, huh?
Yeah, Landon Anderson was at first there, and just a great job by the defensive Winton Warriors for stopping that run.
So here comes the Warriors offense out to look at this. Offensive seniors, we got Deuce Mathis, Jack Oliver, Raphael Green, Barry Howard, Chaz Sanders, and we'll be back with more after this play. In motion, Mathis. There's a give to Zeke. He runs around right in. He's able to pick up a few yards.
Number 21, Zeke with the ball carry on first down. Gets about 5 yards. Tackled by number 5, Luke DeMichelle.
.345 left to go in the first quarter. Zeke back there with Brown. Mathis in motion. There's a give to Zeke. He runs through the middle. Picks up about 3 yards and lost another couple on the cut, but they'll take it, I'm sure.
Again, the ball carrier for the Warriors gets 2 yards. Brings up 3rd down for Winton Woods.
Yeah, great little pickup right there. Great job by 31 for Lebanon coming in there from the safety position, just making that hit when he made that cut.
So Lebanon turns the ball over on downs. We'll get you back out here in a little bit. Let's head back out to Mason, where just before we rejoined you, there was a deflection off of a helmet and an interception. Lakota West has returned it inside the 35-yard line of Mason. They have it 1st and 10 with a 7-0 lead.
Close to him. It's going to be another jet sweep. Or no, Wiles is going to keep it himself. He breaks up the middle, and Wiles' first play is going to take it into the end zone. And the Firebirds are rolling in Dwyer Field as they take a 13-0 lead thanks to the legs of Sam Wiles.
An absolutely amazing play call. Same look as the last touchdown. Sam Wiles using his speed right there. No one's going to catch him. Kick can do it both ways. Was the Comets' #1 threat for this defense, for this offense for Lakota West. And right there, Comets got to find a way on offense, or else this is going to be, it's blocked right there. John Hendricks got his hands in there, and maybe a little bit of a momentum shifter there for the Comets, a little bit of a positive look there.
Yeah, the Comets needed something like that. Let's take another look at this. Just gets a hand there after.
So the extra point attempt is blocked. It's about the only thing that's gone wrong today for Lakota West. They're off to a great start. 13-0 over Mason. We'll get you back to Dwyer Field in a little bit. Let's head to the pit. We're in the final 2 minutes of the opening quarter, and LaSalle is on the move. They're inside the 20-yard line in a scoreless first quarter.
Not as high-powered LaSalle offense.
1st and 10 at the 16. McLaughlin will throw for the end zone. Wide open. Touchdown, LaSalle. Brady O'Connor. 16 yards. Easy pitch and catch from Pat McLaughlin. 6-0 LaSalle.
And Brady O'Connor, a really talented linebacker in his own right. Man, he made a really nice play just up the seam. Yep. Pat McLaughlin found him right away and was able to deliver on time for the first points of the ball game, and Elders have to find something offensively. They're going to claw their way back into this. Don't want to get too far behind.
All right, the Lancers score their first points of the season in the GCL. It's Jack Shore on for the PAT. Snap is good, hold is good, kick is good. And the LaSalle Lancers strike first blood in the 63rd meeting of Elder and LaSalle. Lancers 7, Panthers nothing. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio.
LaSalle on the board first, a 7-0 lead over Elder. We'll get you back to the pit in a little bit. Let's jump back out to McNicholas, where the Rockets have an early lead in this one, and they are on the march again inside the 45-yard line of Bade. Again, the winner wins the GCL Co-Ed, and McNicholas off to a great start. They'll mark it at the 46-yard line. Let's head back out for this McNicholas drive.
So you know when Sanfus is out there, he's going to be a running threat, so you have to pay attention to that, whereas Meltebrink's not going to necessarily get done with his feet.
Very little film on Sanfus, right? Just late in the game last week against Carroll. And, you know, regardless of what people might have thought, you know, the Baden coaching staff had to at least prepare for Braden Bobo just in case he wanted to play Willis Reed here today. Meltebrink back in. It's the second man he hands it to, and that's Nauman, and he's going to go out of bounds once he crosses the 40-yard line, and that's close to another first down. They had to drop the marker, but they'll put it at the 39-yard line where it's a gain of 7. It'll be second down and 3 as we're under a minute left to go. 47 seconds to be exact here in the first quarter. It's Meltebrink again at quarterback. It looks like he'll go under center. Jack Mayer in at fullback. They've got the Harvey brothers on the far side stacked up on each other. It doesn't matter because they're going to give it to Nauman, and he's close to a first down. And they're going to call him down at the 36-yard line and say, move them chains. It's a Rockets first down.
Just continuing to be methodical. You use Nauman as much as you can. If he can get a full head of steam, he can still plow some guys over. But if he can get a hole open from this offensive line, he can really break some big plays for the Rockets.
Of course, they don't keep the play clock. You know, they don't have physical play clocks here. It's kept on the field. So we'll see if McNick will have to snap it here or not. Just trying to look for the back judge to make the signal. It looks like McNick will run a play. They send Gunler in motion. Instead, they'll hand it off to Nauman. He goes straight up the middle, and it'll be taken down at the 30-yard line. And that will do it for the first quarter as the McNicholas Rockets take a 3-0 lead, and they are on the doorstep trying for more. Winner takes all for the GCL Co-Ed between the Rockets and the Baden Rams, and we'll have the start of the second quarter right here on the McNicholas Broadcasting Network.
A huge thank you to our proud partners at the Mark Williams Auto Group, the official car dealership of McNicholas Athletics. With locations at Beachmont Ford, Mount Orab, and Queen City, they have been serving our McNick communities for many years. We ask that if you're in the market for a new car, that you trust one of the region's most reputable dealers and visit one of the Mark Williams Auto Group locations and help support the official car dealership of McNick Athletics.
Today's game is presented by our loyal sponsor at La Rosa's. The athletic department would like to thank our proud partner at La Rosa's for their continued support of McNicholas Athletics and McNicholas High School. Stop by the Mount Washington, Anderson, Eastgate.
So they're at the quarter break. McNicholas, a 3-0 lead. We'll get you back out to this drive on the other side of the quarter break. We've got a highlight from Colton Smith. It looks like Covcath on the board first as Cash Harney will find his way into the end zone. Later stages of the opening quarter, Covcath with a 7-0 lead. We'll check back in with Colton throughout the night. We're going to head to St. X. Don't know how many times we're going to get to say that tonight because they are rolling already. Life Christian Academy has already fake punted twice. And now St. X is just making it look easy right now. It looks like another touchdown for the Bombers as they're going to go up 20-0. Maybe it's a good time to head back to McNicholas rather than stay for this extra point because they are back from the quarter break. It is into the second quarter. It looks like the Rockets have picked up the first down inside the 20-yard line. We'll keep you up to date on the St. X game, but the Bombers look like they've got that one well in control. So let's head to McNick instead.
Attack from the Rockets right now.
So far, it's been a good change of pace. They bring in Evan Sanfus, a quarterback, for a couple of packages, a play or two at a time. But right now they haven't been able to stop the running game in Caleb Nauman, and that's something the Rockets have done all season long. As Meltebrink will go under center. Nauman, the lone setback. They'll toss it to him. He'll go to the near side, and he'll get to the edge, and he'll be forced out of bounds at the 5 by Xander Arnold, and it'll be first and goal for the Rockets.
7-yard line.
They'll actually mark him out at the 7, but either way, the Rockets will have it. First and goal.
That gain is good for a Rockets first down at the 7.
And the Rockets just continue to march. They've taken chunks of time off the clock, but they're also finally getting some offensive yardage, and now getting into the red zone is big for them.
Sure, McNicholas fans will say they got to finish this one off with a touchdown. It'd be a chip shot field goal attempt, but those aren't guaranteed. They send Harvey in motion. Instead, they give it to Nauman, who'll pirouette and fight his way to the 5, maybe the 4, depending upon where they spot it, but a penalty marker is thrown.
Stop.
And that's going to be a hold against McNick, and they're going to go backwards. So an untimely penalty there. And that'll move it back to, once they spot it the second time, to the 17. So that was from the line of scrimmage. So to be first and goal now from the 17-yard line. And again, when you see 18 in the huddle, you're not sure if he's the quarterback or a receiver, and that's another thing that is multi-faceted with Evan Sanfus being in the game.
Yeah, the only time you can guarantee that is if you see number 10 in the huddle with him.
So they flank Sanfus wide as a receiver with Meltebrink out of the shotgun in an empty backfield. He'll get it on a screen pass to his tight end, Connor Powderly, and he's going to get nowhere. That's going to be a loss to the 20. That was perfectly pursued there by the Rams. That looked like Trent Owens, who was a tight end on offense last year, now playing defense exclusively, and you see why.
Yeah, Meltebrink didn't really have any open receivers downfield, so he had to kind of check down to his final option there, and unfortunately, it was just perfectly pursued.
So it'll be second and goal now from the 20 after the loss of 3. And you got to gain some yards here. You were talking about not wanting to settle for a field goal, but after the holding penalty and a loss, you want to get yourself in better field position if you can't punch it into the end zone. Here's Meltebrink. To his left is Nauman. He's back to pass. It's a screen, and it's out of the reach of his intended receiver, Nate Collier. And it seems like when Meltebrink throws, he's high, he's missing high, and he's leading his receivers too much.
Yeah, and I think that's just his inexperience. He hasn't really had a first-string offensive line in front of him, but he's still struggling. I think he thinks he needs to get the ball out a little bit quicker than he actually does.
So it'll be third and goal from the 20. And again, that just looked like a play where McNick was just trying to get closer to the goal line. As again, this will be a long field goal attempt for Gabriel, who is very capable as we approach the 10-minute mark of the quarter. Back up pass, Meltebrink, and it's deflected and it's incomplete. That was Roscoe Martin who got a paw on it, and then I'll bring up fourth and goal from the 20, and the field goal unit is going to come out on the field.
Pass deflected, Xander Arnold.
And this is going to be from the right hash. For Gabriel, it looks like he's going to set up for a 37-yard attempt.
A 37-yard attempt.
Zach Burkhart will snap it to Stephen Meltebrink, and this is usually a tougher angle. The ball's down. Here's the kick. It is up, and it is good. Raleigh Gabriel, 2 for 2, 1 from 39, and now 1 from 37, and the Rockets take a 6-0 lead. We'll take the...
So McNick, a pair of field goals and a 6-0 lead over Baden early in the second quarter. Let's head back out to the pit for a big fourth down play coming up for the Panthers, trailing 7-0 to LaSalle.
Your territory.
The Panthers with a 4th and 1. Doug Ramsey punted in this situation in the first quarter, but he will keep the offense on the field here. 4th and 1 from the Lancer 46. 10:49 to go second quarter. LaSalle leads 7-0. E-Step in the gun. Let's see if E-Step keeps it himself. A-gap blitz for Lancers. It's Thaman. He gets the carry and the first down and a lot more to the Lancer 38-yard line. Joey Thaman for 8 on 4th and 1.
When in doubt, give it to the guy you trust the most in the run department. And man, even though Joey Thaman, not the biggest guy in the world, not going to run anybody over, he just finds that little crease, hits it so hard, and gives Elder a fresh set of downs and a big sigh of relief.
Portions of tonight's game brought to you by financial advisors Adam Schuster, Ted Lucian, Matthew Smith, and Jacob Lindsay of the Lucian Schuster Smith team at Morgan Stanley, offering wealth management planning for their clients. 513-562-8304. First down and 10 for Elder at the LaSalle 38. E-Step wants to throw deep middle. He's got a man to the LaSalle 10, 5, and still fighting for the goal line down to the 1.
Wow, Jackson Ruth, what a catch right at the seam. We mentioned Pat McLaughlin did it in the first quarter. It was Ruth's turn right there. E-Step, just a money throw right on target. Ruth secured it, fought his way, tried to get to the end zone, unable to.
Jackson Ruth, 37 yards to the 1-yard line. What a throw by E-Step. And that was Ruth's 10th catch of the year. The 5'10 junior making it happen in a big way. Elder's biggest play of the day, and now knocking on the door. It'll be E-Step in the gun with Joey Thaman to his right, and now E-Step will into a flanker position, and it's Thaman all by his lonesome. He'll take the snap, looking for the goal line. He dives, and he's in. Touchdown, Elder. Joey Thaman.
Wow, that is a big no-no in Elder's offensive game plan, going against the grain, going away from your blockers, but Joey Thaman able to fight over all the defenders, find his way into the end zone, and man, revitalize this kind of dead crowd so far today.
It's Thaman's 7th rushing touchdown and his 9th overall. And now the Panthers a PAT from tying the game. It's Adam Ray with the honors. That was an 8-play, 67-yard drive. It took 4:19 off the clock. Ray is true on the PAT, and we're all square at 7. 9:23 to go second quarter. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
So Elder punches it in after converting the 4th down near midfield, and they have leveled the score at 7 in the pit. So we'll head back out there in a little bit. Let's jump out to Winton Woods, where we've got a punt going on. But we've seen a couple fake punts tonight, so maybe Lebanon will decide, and we do have a penalty marker on the play here. It is 4th down and 4. Did Lebanon just gain a first down by making Winton Woods jump off sides? Let's jump out there and find out.
It appears that way. Yeah, it looks like they false start on Winton Woods, but just gives Lebanon enough for a first down.
Yep. That's a good 3 or 4 harmful penalties for him in this.
Yeah, you'll see right there when Woods just jumped that neutral zone. Calls the offensive line for Lebanon to react. Easy 5-yard pickup, easy first down.
Make them earn it defense. Failure waiting to snap, he's got it. He fakes the give, he runs outside where it cuts through a couple guys, and he finally tackled and hauled down.
I
But
think
number
that one's
13.
I think he's going to come back, though. I think there's a hold on Lebanon. Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that holding call against Lebanon, they'll march back, and the defense is going to have to figure out a way to make them kick this ball.
Yeah, 54 on Lebanon, had held 5. Good pickup by the ref.
After the penalty, it brings up 1st and 15 for Lebanon.
7:50 left in the half. So here's his Lebanon on his 1st and 15. Straight drop for Failure. Throws this ball over the right flat. It's complete. Guy's trying to make a move, but 2 defenders are there saying, I don't think so.
So Lebanon did indeed pick up the first down, but they're still pretty deep in their own territory. So we'll check back in with that game a little later on. We do have a highlight from Ben Burdett. Of course, he's keeping tabs on the Ryle-Simon Kenton game, and it looks like we've got a touchdown for Jacob Savage, I believe, is going to be this highlight. He takes the handoff, goes around the end, and makes his way into the end zone. 9-0 Ryle over Simon Kenton. That was about midway through the opening quarter tonight. Meanwhile, Baden is on the move. They just picked up 5 free yards. They're down to a 3rd down and 1, and it looks like this is going to be very close to trying to get to the outside. Looks like he lost some yardage. A big 4th down coming up in this one. Baden trailing 6-0.
Garrett Kineski, who made that handoff, and it's not even going to be a gain of a yard. It's going to be no gain, and it'll be 4th and 2, and like we expected, Baden will go for it.
Yeah, this is, you got to make sure that you're putting yourself in a position to even come out of the half or go into the half with the possibility of having a lead or at least cutting down the lead from the Rockets.
This is where you need to have your defense. If you're McNick, get off the field. If you're Baden, you've got to convert.
And the Rockets want to continue showing pressure, but they got to make sure that, like I said, they hold their water and they don't get too jumpy.
It looks like a heavy package here for the Rams. Kineski still in a quarterback. He'll hand it to Grayson, and it's blown dead. And what's the call here? That's going to be a false start, so that's a 5-yard penalty against Baden. And again, both teams making mistakes here. Now you're back to 4th and 7, and that could bring the field or the punt unit out, and it will. Boy, that's a big-time mistake there for the Rams.
Yeah, you had a short yardage situation there, and you just gave it up.
So it'll be Sackage, the lefty, with A.J. Gundler standing at his own 10-yard line. That's a line drive that Gundler wants no part of. It doesn't even go near him, and that's going to roll out of bounds. And it looks like, depending on the spot, that looked like inside the 10. It's going to be right at the 10. So a good punt there by Sackage, and McNick has got 90 yards in front of him. But you'd like to credit the McNick defense, where that was really Baden shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, the Rockets gave them great field position or great yardage position left with them.
So Baden, of course, getting a penalty, having to punt. So it'll be McNick ball deep in their own end. We'll get you right back there in a moment, but we're going to jump out to Indian Hill where Taylor's crossed midfield. A 7-0 game here. These are two teams battling for playoff seeding for next week. We'll see if the Yellow Jackets can continue this drive.
Hayden guard to the reception on that one, and here goes Cans again, and he has an open man. Oh, yes, it is intercepted. It's Tyler Fitzgerald with the tipped interception.
We got a flag down at the 25. I think that's going to be against Taylor. I think Braves are going to have this football one way or the other. But we talked about, when you put it up and you take some chances, and we're going to see it here. Well, we're going to see the end of the play.
I think it's on the Braves, maybe.
Oh, is it?
Well, I see that
Braves are going to have their opportunities for turnovers. No question about that tonight.
It is a turnover. So whatever they were discussing, I saw Penn Picton going back on the field, and Penn doesn't play a lot of offensive downs, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just assume based on where the flag was, there really wasn't any action over there for pass interference or anything like that. But Kurtz with another ball that just kind of sailed on him. We saw one earlier on the pass interference other side.
So we will jump away from this game with Indian Hill leading 7-0 after that interception. We'll go back to the pit where LaSalle scored again. It's 14-7, but Elder's back near midfield.
The gut, and that play went virtually nowhere, but for a short gain.
Willig's first receptions of the year. I'm not really sure the number on that, but yeah, Willig kind of a shovel pass from Caden Eastep. Didn't really have much going there, but Elder kind of gets into their comfort zone. 3rd and short is where they really can open up the playbook, give themselves a chance to pick up a first down.
That was only Jimmer Willig's second catch of the year. 6'2" junior tight end, filling in for senior Braden Boeing, who was lost to a knee injury. One of the captains of this team, who has had their season cut short by injury. Elder with a critical 3rd down and 3 from the Lancer 47. Eastep keeps it himself, trying to get through traffic, but he won't. He is stacked up at that Lancer defense. It'll be 4th down and long for Elder.
This is the type of scenario for Elder you wanted to avoid at all costs. Really You don't pick up a 4th down here. You give LaSalle a lot of momentum, an already hot LaSalle offense. Give them a really short field, and Elder looks like they're going to keep the offense out there. See if this be a little bluff, try to get them off sides.
Quick check at the Coldwell Banker scoreboard. Anderson leads Loveland 20-3. That's in the first quarter. All right, the Panthers with their 3rd 4th down of this first half. They've punted once, gone for it once, and now they will go for it again. 4th and 3 from the LaSalle 47, trailing 14-7 with 4:23 to go in the second quarter. Caden Eastep takes the snap. Quick blitz, and they throw it to Thaman. He's got a lot of room. First down, and he gets to the 40-yard line. Could have had more, but a gain of 7 moved the chains.
Could have had more, but a really savvy move by Joey Thaman. He knew what he had to get, went upfield to go get it, and man, can't be mad about it. Elder's able to just reset the downs, stay in front of the chains, gives themselves a chance to score.
Just a 2-hour drive away is the beautiful Kentucky Red River Gorge, and visit Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals to plan your perfect getaway. Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals has almost every imaginable accommodation, cabins, campgrounds, a resort lodge, and much more. Visit RedRiverGorgeCabinRentals.com. The Panthers with a fresh set of 4 from the Lancer 40-yard line. Eastep with an empty backfield. A clean pocket, rifles one over the middle, it's complete, all the way down to the LaSalle 10-yard line. What a throw and catch for Elder.
Man, Luke Ross again. This time we saw earlier in the game with Roof just right at the seam. This time it was Luke Ross. Second big catch for Luke Ross throughout this ball game. And Caden Eastep, man, he looks like a seasoned vet, standing back in that pocket, taking on the pressure and delivering a strike to his teammate in Ross.
Ross with a 31-yard gain, his second long gain of the night. And this one sets up a 1st and goal for Elder. Eastep with a hose there. LaSalle no chance to stop Ross on that connection. Eastep takes the snap. It's Thaman up the middle. Now cuts it back to the right. He has some room. Gets to the 3-yard line. 6-yard gain for Thaman.
A really nice run by Joey Thaman. And this is going to have to be statistically the best offensive game for Elder. It looks like they're going hurry up huddle.
Panthers quickly to the line between the hash marks. Eastep takes the snap. Thaman with a block, and he pushes the pile and is thrown back at the 1-yard line. That is some tough yardage there.
Yeah, and I mentioned obviously Elder, this might have to be one of their best offensive statistic games, as they're going to need every bit of it. As you see LaSalle's offense on full display right now, you're going to need Caden Eastep and Joey Thaman especially to step up, hopefully lead the team to victory on offense.
3rd and goal for Elder at the 2 of LaSalle. 2:24 to go in this first quarter. The last 2 yards for Elder would tie this game. And J.P. Lungano stands to Eastep's left. Thaman now motions back, and he'll take the handoff. Up the middle he goes, and he is stopped. It'll be another 4th down. What a play by that Lancer front.
We mentioned how strong they are, and they've been really good for this Lancer defense all year long. Really been the focal point of the success that they've had. Really held a decent St. X offense to only 9 points in the game a couple weeks ago. But Elder, no real hesitation from Coach Ramsey. They're going to go for it on 4th and short.
What a stop. That was, I believe, Ramir Murphy. And here come the Panthers on 4th down and goal from the 2. They will go for it. 1:38 to go in the half, looking for the tying score. Panthers 2 of 3 on 4th down tonight. Thaman will be in the slot. And that's Chris Paff out to the right. Thaman in motion, takes the carry up the gut with a little bit of a crease. He's got it. Touchdown, Elder. Humongous 4th and goal TD by Joey Thaman.
Wow, Joey Thaman, just a seasoned veteran run right there. Everyone in the stadium knew what was going to happen when he came on that quick buck motion. And really the important thing for Elder, they got that clock all the way down to 1:21. Going to give themselves a chance to get out of this half unscathed and tie this thing back up as we head into halftime.
Here comes Ray for the extra point. That was a 55-yard scoring drive, helped by the 15-yard penalty on the kickoff. And the extra point has tied this game. Elder and LaSalle tied at 14, $1:21 to go in the half. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
So Elder ties it up on the 4th down touchdown. It's 14 all in that one. Got a good one shaping up at the pit. Got a highlight from Colton Smith once again. Of course, he's at Covcath, and another touchdown for Covcath as Cash Harney able to sneak it in for his 2nd touchdown of the game. And they have a 14-0 lead over Mason County. We're coming back to McNicholas in the midst of a timeout, it appears. And I don't know if we had an injury possibly, but I think we've got another highlight coming up shortly from Ben Burdett. We might get a chance to sneak a look at that while we are waiting for whatever this is to come back. And it looks like we have this touchdown, and it's going to be a pass from Nathan Varax over to Landon Lorms, who will pull it in for the touchdown. And that expands that lead to 16-0. It's actually now 23-0, and we'll see if we get a update from that one and see if we can bring you the touchdown video from their last score. But it's again 6-0. This is one of our better games of the night, along with the game at the pit, where it is 14-14. Looks like Baden coming out of the timeout, and it looks like, does that say fourth down? And it's hard to tell. The down marker is a little blurry, but we'll head out there and see if Baden can keep this drive going. Looks like we're going to have a field goal attempt, in fact, from about 32 yards away.
He'll set up for a 32-yarder. Low snap, the kick is up. It's got plenty of length, and it is good. And how about that? McNick holds Baden to a field goal here, but they cut the margin in half, and it's now 6-3.
Yeah, and this game really starting to be reminiscent of the Rockets matchup against the Alter Knights a few weeks ago. Just a nice, big, tough physical battle between both of these teams. Penalties on both sides, but the Rockets, still holding out just a little bit against this Rams.
So McNick will have a chance to possess the ball one.
So the field goal was good. Battle of field goals so far in this one, 6-3 McNicholas on top. I mentioned a moment ago the scores changed in the Ryle-Simon Kenton game. Ben Burdett has uploaded that highlight, and it is Dylan Lee, 65 yards on the run, and he's going to beat the final defender to the end zone. 23-0 Ryle. They are still in the first quarter. It's certainly off to a great start tonight is Ryle. Off to a great start tonight is Indian Hill, up 14-0 about halfway through the second quarter. It's going to be up to see if Taylor can get a drive going here. There's a completion and a first down and more. Let's head out there and see if Taylor can take it all the way to the house.
McFarland goes 68 yards.
Yeah,
on the touchdown.
Sometimes, you got a little bit of a gunslinger in Cants, and sometimes you're going to live with the good and the bad. And he's going to turn it over a little bit, but then again, he's going to give playmakers an opportunity to make a play, and I'm sure we're going to see this one again. That was a ball that, honestly, the only guy that was going to catch it is Aaron McFarland. That ball was up in the air. He did a nice job high pointing it, and once he comes down with it, he's in the end zone.
Aaron McFarland doing a nice job. Once he gets the ball, we've seen him on the sidelines today. Very dangerous. Up. Grant Ferguson, the senior, is going to try the extra point, but what was the whistle for?
Sure there, Toe. Looks like we're going to have another substitution guy coming in. Similar to the play we saw when Drost came out on the field for the Braves on defense. It's kind of like me trying to leave the house, get everybody in the car.
And Ferguson hangs it through, and Taylor very quickly comes.
So Taylor with a much-needed touchdown. The extra point is good. 6:12 left in the second. It's 14-7 Indian Hill. We got another update from Colton Smith, and it's another Cubcap touchdown. They had an interception a moment ago, and then Andrew Bessler going to pick up a huge run. He's going to take it all the way to the end zone, right into your living room. It's a touchdown. Cubcap, a 21-0 lead, about halfway through the second quarter of that one. Let's head back out to our friends at Waycross. It looks like we have a pass by Lebanon, but it's going to go a little long. It's going to go out of bounds as Lebanon trying to add to a 7-0 lead in the waning seconds of the second quarter.
Wide receiver, but luckily for us, there's no pass interference flag.
3rd and 5, 16.3 seconds left to go. Oh, we got people coming to visit this game with Georgia plates. Espaz, incomplete, over the head of his wide receiver. 4th and 5. He's probably going to go for it on 4th down. No, they're going to try the points. They're going to try to get this field goal. So this will be a 42-yard field, about a 42-yard attempt. So Wynwood's defense does them a favor again. So now that makes it what, first down? And then the chains are moving. 11.8 seconds left to go. I know they're going to have to defend that pass on this play. I mean, I think the Lebanon Warriors are playing like they watched film of that game last week and saw possibilities in the passing game in the middle of the field.
It's just these mental penalties. You know, you're keeping drives alive twice now for Lebanon.
Baylor looking to throw. Oh. Incomplete off the hands of his receiver. That would have been a touchdown.
That was a very good pass and almost a spectacular catch. A tad behind him, but really athletic.
Cam Williams could have came up with that ball. 8 seconds left to go. Number 23 running into the game on defense for the Warriors. That's Rodney Jones III. 5'11", 190-pound linebacker. Throws this ball caught over the middle. That's the same play. Touchdown.
Wow.
So, Cam Williams, he caught that one. So, with 1.4 seconds left to go in the half, the visiting Lebanon Warriors, 13. And your Winton Woods Warriors, 0.
I mean, if you would have tackled him, I think time would have expired. That's with the way that Winton Woods' offense is playing. That's almost just feels like takes the air out of the stadium right now.
It is. Hold is down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 1.4 seconds left in the half here from Frederick Stadium, we have a score of your Winton Woods Warriors 0 and the visiting Lebanon Warriors 14.
So what a huge penalty. We have the encroachment penalty that gives them a first down on 4th and 5, and with 1.4 seconds left in the half, Lebanon scores. Should be noted, Lebanon, unlike most of the teams in the Cincinnati area, they're in Region 2, so that is kind of the northeast Ohio, northern Ohio region. So they are coming into this game sitting 6th. If they win, a good chance they could possibly get at least 1, maybe 2 home games in the playoffs. So big result potentially there as they have the lead approaching halftime. Meanwhile, Indian Hill up 14-7, but Taylor's got the ball back again, looking to even this up before halftime.
There he is, painting guard, and he's pushed out of bounds by Devlin Daniel.
And here we go again. I think Naira, same issue with that left ankle, looks like. Terry's right on it. Terry Conti, pride of the Braves.
Ball is spotted at the 11-yard line.
Down to the 11-yard line, where it'll now be 2nd and 5.
Terry looking forward to maybe a Browns victory at some point this season. It didn't happen last Sunday. A tough weekend for Terry Conti. The Guardians going out on Friday night or Saturday night, whenever that was, and then, boy, Bengals putting it on the Browns on Sunday. She's a good woman. How much can she take?
Shrimp, and he's bottled up and sent back for no gain.
Yeah, pass in there, and Hayden Rippey in there. Some of those senior linemen we've been talking about.
That'll make it 3rd and 5, and Brian, it's just probably 4-down territory.
I would think so. You know, I mean, you got the guys, and you're at a point of the field. Just looking at the I don't see any field
no
goal
effort.
attempts. Yeah, 11 of 14 as a team on extra points, but I don't see any field goal attempts. Or I guess you should say 12 of 15 now.
Chance, he's going to throw. And it is wide open. Aaron McFarland.
Yeah, no penalty there. Brave on the ground, Freshwater in coverage and down on the ground, but no push or anything like that called. And that's another one, though, Toe. When that ball first went in the air, we're going to take a look at it, just floating it up there. And I'm thinking, boy, Brave's going to have an opportunity to make a play on the ball. McFarland, again, not a tall guy. He can get up, but there's a limit to the catch radius. But able to outmuscle the Brave defender and make basically a fair catch.
On the extra point is blocked. And no good. So
little momentum builder right there, Toe. That's a big play.
So the Braves will still hold the lead at 14-13. Grant Ferguson tried to kick. The Braves get a piece of it, and so the Braves, well, we'll see. We're going to say they get the ball back, but last time kind of an onside kick, so to speak, that Taylor was.
So Indian Hill looks like they've still got a 1-point lead, and Taylor may have missed that extra point, but we'll check back in here in just a moment. We've got another highlight from Ben Burdett. Simon Kenton trying to get on the board in this one, trailing 23-0, but they're going to be kept off the board by an outstanding defensive play by Tyson Weaver, who's going to make this one-handed grab for the interception. What a play by Tyson Weaver to keep the game a 23-0 lead for Ryle as they will get the ball back, and that was at the end of the first quarter. Meanwhile, this is another good one here. As we expected, Indian Hill just a 1-point lead over Taylor as they've still got just under 5 minutes to go in the first half.
Taylor Yellow Jackets, you think back again, the Braves with an astonishing 28-7 record against these guys. And the last Taylor win was right here at Tomahawk Stadium in the fall of 2014, 10 years ago. And looks like they might have jumped offside. They might have had somebody cross before the kick.
Yep. So they'll back him up 5 yards and
see who made the play over there. Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
You always got the guys up front. I think they're extra sensitive to, hey, what if the ball's on the ground? Got to get on the ball. Got to get on the ball. You got the guys in the back. They're ready to run with it and catch it. Guys in the middle pretty much want to read it, try to figure out where the ball is, what the blocking scheme is. Not always looking to catch the football. So Braves been caught a couple of times, but I'd be surprised if it ever happens again.
Jake Freshwater back. He's on the Braves. He's on the Braves' 18-yard line to receive the kick. And another onside kick.
Oh, geez. I think they hit him early, so. I think Taylor's got the football, but I would argue that
there's no flags.
Yeah. Not sure who that was that got hit early. That was either Logan Bass or number 53. James Folin. Not sure who that was, but looked like that contact happened before 10 yards. I could be wrong. Let's take a look here. Ball was at the 35. Nope, went to the 45. Yep. Yeah, Braves didn't come up and make a play. Nice job by Taylor.
Well, since the Devlin Daniel touchdown, the Braves have not seen the ball.
So it's kind of unusual, as Tom Jones, the Welsh Warbler, would say, to see back-to-back attempts, and then that follows the Braves trying it. And they're going to go right for the jugular.
It's way out, way beyond. Though I say the Devlin Daniel had a nice touchdown run several minutes ago. Taylor got the ball, drove down the field, scored.
Yep.
Onside kick, they scored, and now another onside kick. So the Braves haven't had the possession of the ball since they had a 14-0 lead.
Right, yeah. Can't score if you don't have the football. And really, if you look at that play design, what we just saw there, Toe, that's another great opportunity for a check down in a lot of green space because the Braves are taking guys with McFarland, multiple players. back there in coverage.
Well, 3 wide out to the left. Oh, and the Braves are offsides. So after an incomplete pass, making it 2nd and 10, now it'll be 2nd and 5.
Yeah, and Toe, where does that come into play? It comes into play if you get 2 or 3 here and then takes the stress off the 3rd down play and you're looking at 4 down territory. I mean, that's a big deal.
Hand it off to Schrempf, and he does not get the first, but Brian, he does get 2 yards, and that'll make it 3rd and 3.
Yeah, 3rd and 3, and now you really have the playbook. You can run the ball 2 times in a row, even if you don't get it. We're going to take a look at that Braves line. Nice job standing him up. But 2nd and 5 is, almost kind of surprised. Riverboat Gambler and Taylor Yellow Jackets settled for the run there.
Hands in the backfield with Schrempf. It's a pass, and it's tipped. No. Okay. Penn Picton rushing to get toward McFarland quickly, and that ball was right by where Picton just had.
Braves doing a good job making him get rid of the football. He had a little more time than he thought, and had a nice little slant route there.
Let's see. 4th and.
So looks like we have a punt coming up for Taylor as they are faced with a 4th down and 3 coming up, or will they go for it? We should probably hold on for just a second. We're about to have a highlight coming up, but we'll see for a moment, make sure that, nope, they are indeed going to line up to punt, and since this is not Life Christian, my guess is they won't fake it. So we're going to go to a highlight, and there's a short touchdown run, and it was Josh Cobb's highlight here. I was not told who that was. So Dalton Tarter was the one, I believe, who carried that in for the touchdown. A 7-0 lead for Bracken County over Beechwood. I believe Beechwood has since tied that up a little bit later on. So we'll keep you updated on that one. Again, reporters, even reporters that aren't necessarily on our crew anymore. Of course, Josh Cobb, a alum of Friday Football Live. So he's out there reporting tonight. We'll kind of keep an eye on the game he's out at. And we've got a timeout here, a 14-13 lead for Indian Hill, 4:03 left in the 2nd quarter. So let's get you back out to Indian Hill.
Hasn't shown a real aggressiveness. It is week 10. Hey, you need a win to get a home playoff game. It doesn't hurt you to lose, but it does help you to win, so why not be aggressive? Maybe you're right.
Well, they could also try here to try the Braves offside again. And again, if they're going to punt it, what's the difference between punting it from the 50 and the 45?
Yeah.
I think it's 5.
Braves just watching the football right now. And they are going to come out more in an offensive setup. So You're exactly right. Coming out here, going to give it a go.
Now McFarland down here at the bottom of the screen.
4th and 3.
Hands, and he has an open receiver.
Nice hands right there. And a great delivery. Great delivery. So we talk about sometimes how he puts that ball out there and kind of throws it up for grabs. Not on this one. This one was a laser, and it was right on the money in stride. And a great job to put the hands out in traffic. That's a heck of a level of concentration right there.
Peyton Guard with the reception, and Taylor in business here down on the Braves 29 as we approach the 3:40 mark left in the first half.
So this is entertaining. I mean, when you see a team that is taking some chances.
There we go.
Oh, what a play.
Wow.
Holy smokes.
A Schrempf, and he's not done. Wow. Taylor with a touchdown. It's an incredible play. The Kranz was dead for rights there, and looked like he was...
If we could back this up to the beginning.
I thought it was going to be intentional grounding.
This is amazing. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. Jackson Fry bearing down on him from the blind side, and he's able to, with contact, 2 guys basically on him, able to get rid of the football. And then, boy, once that happens, though, Toe, you do have a limited number of defenders on the backside. Opportunities to get him on the ground, but opportunity also to get in the end zone. That's exactly what he did. See if they go for 2 here. Get that missed extra point back.
And they are going for 2. And they're going to call their 3rd timeout of the half. This is their final timeout for Taylor.
So that is a backbreaker type play. That one really hurts. Time to turn the page. Be good for the Braves to get the ball back and get an opportunity to get points on the board. You don't want to go into the half with that.
We got a timeout before the 2-point conversion as Taylor is taking the lead in this one. Good time to check in with Colton Smith and another Cub Cap touchdown. And if it's a Cub Cap touchdown, it must be Cash Harney. It's his 3rd touchdown of the game, and Cub Cap rolling over Mason County 28-0 late in the first half. We're going to head back here to see if Taylor can execute the 2-point conversion, looking to go up by 7 over Indian Hill. This was a 14-0 lead, I believe, for Indian Hill, but now it is 3 straight touchdowns for Taylor to take the lead late in the first half.
That just occurred. And now here we go again with another roll of the dice because you missed the extra point the first time, or the second time, I should say. Now you're going for 2 to try to get that point back. See if this works for him. Tell you what, Coach Transman ought to get down to Horseshoe Casino.
Friends with an empty backfield. He rolls out to his right, flips it up, and there is McFarland. And he scores, and there's 2 points. So 21 consecutive points for Taylor, and the Braves have still not seen the ball offensively.
So good play design there. You got, arguably your best player and maybe your fastest player running away from a defender across the field. Really difficult to cover. You'd almost have to be in a zone situation where he runs from one guy to another for that to have any trouble whatsoever. So nice play design there, and they get that 2-point conversion, get that missed extra point back.
2-point conversion is good, and Taylor has surged back to lead 21-14 in the final 3+ minutes of the first half. Well, it's time to take a look and see what's going on around high school football in the area, some of the top performers, top performing teams as well. And to do that, we will throw it over to Brennan Bucher with this halftime report.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this week's Friday Football Live halftime update. I'm Brennan Bucher. As the regular season nears conclusion in all 3 states, let's take a look at some of the area's highest rated teams as we head into the playoffs. In Kentucky, the Cooper Jaguars continue to be everyone's #1 team in Class 5A, with Highlands not far behind. Ryle has spent the season as a top 10 team in 6A, and Covenant Catholic overcame a rough start and is now top 5 in Class 4A.
Up for it now.
Beechwood has spent most of the season as the 2nd best team in Class 2A, and Newport Central Catholic, Newport, and Ludlow rank as top 10 teams over in Class A. In the Ohio USA Today Super 25, the Moeller Crusaders are Southwest Ohio's highest rated team at #3. Anderson is not far behind at #5, and Lakota West comes in at #9. Whitten Woods also cracks the top 25 along with Wyoming. The TriStateFootball.com Blitz 5 poll, which ranks the best teams in Greater Cincinnati, continues to have the Moeller Crusaders in the top position, a position made more secure after Moeller defeated the perennial powerhouse Lakewood St. Edward on Saturday. Lakota West continues to roll in the GMC as they occupy the #2 spot, followed by Anderson, Cooper, and Whitten Woods. St. X, Princeton, Hamilton, Lakota East, and Ryle round out the top 10. East Central is the highest rated team from Indiana at #20. This has been a look at some of the highest rated teams in the Tri-State. Now we throw it to Wyoming High School's Evelyn Wackler, who will fill us in on last week's top performers.
Thanks, Brennan. With the football season nearing an end for many area teams, opportunities for standout games from standout players will be limited. But with that said, let's take a look at who put up big performances from last week. D'Amico Harris of St. Bernard Elmwood Place had a solid all-around game on both sides of the ball in the Titans' rout of New Miami. Harris averaged 20 yards a carry with 3 touchdowns. On defense, he had 11 tackles, 2 sacks, and a fumble recovery return for a touchdown. Beechwood's Clay Hayden pushed his career passing touchdowns to over 100 as the Tiger quarterback threw for 5 touchdowns in their win over Carroll County. Moeller's Lincoln Murphy had 2 key interceptions that led to the Crusaders' 35-30 win over St. Edward. and Newport quarterback Kyle Lee connected on 21 of 25 passes for 355 yards and 6 touchdowns as the Wildcats soundly defeated Bellevue. And this has been your Friday Football Live halftime update from Northern Kentucky University. Now back to Matt in the command center for more second half red zone action.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Brennan, for that update at the half. And Indian Hill has made their way near midfield, although a false start penalty going to back them up 5 yards. Trying to answer in this one, 21-14 Taylor. This game, one of the few still playing in the first half. We've got several games getting ready to come back from halftime. We'll get you updates from around the area as we continue on here on Friday Football Live.
On Daniel, and he will go cut to the left. Sure if he can get there. He gets pushed out of bounds. Devlin does around the 25-yard line. Make it a 26 or 27-yard line. Boy, that's a 28-yard run for Devlin.
Yeah, we're going to see the end of it here as he gets out of bounds. And one of the things you start thinking about here, Toe, is if you're Indian Hill, given the way the last few minutes have gone, you'd kind of like to be the last team to touch the ball here in the half. You want to get into the end zone first and foremost, but you'd like to take a little time.
Well, Taylor has no timeouts remaining. The Braves do have 3. Sichel hands it off to Devlin up the middle, and a very small gain for Devlin, about 3 yards.
Yeah, Lehman with the tackle once again. We're going to see, and this is not bad, little positive plays. Braves keep getting little positive plays like this, they're going to be just fine. Every once in a while, you know Daniel's going to break one, but you just don't want to continue to put yourself behind the sticks.
Sichel and Daniel in the backfield. And Sichel fakes, but he gives it to Daniel. Daniel goes around in, but he's got no room. And Devlin gains maybe a yard.
Yeah, so I think that's where you start to see it a little bit difference in the running here as far as stretching them out, then be able to put that foot in the ground and cut the ball up. Taylor doing a really nice job of stretching it out defensively. Not a whole lot there. But so the more they do it and the more they show that, the more that middle of the field becomes available to them.
There's a penalty on Taylor for what, I'm not sure, but the official down there by the Taylor sideline, maybe the coaches. Personal foul.
Yeah, and sportsmanlike. And
yep.
So that's 2 of them, you know. Well, again, you think about it, there was only about a little over 3 minutes when the Braves got the football. They get 15 on the kick mistake there, and then they get another 15 here.
Well, it was 3rd and 7, and that makes it a little bit easier to get a first down there. He would have been 1st and 10 from the 11. Devlin gets the ball on a little pitch, and he gets down about the 10.
So he handed it to him, and it looked to me like, and we're pretty good distance away, it looked like he had to get control of that football. We'll watch it here on the exchange. And
yeah, he almost dropped it. Yeah.
Boy, he's good. I mean, it's just, you know, he was doing that while he was looking at the defenders and reacting to the defenders. Amazing.
That's a 1-yard gain for Devlin. Jackson Fry leading the charge, and Devlin goes up over the middle, but only for about a 2-yard gain from there. So we're going to have 3rd and maybe 6 or 7. The Braves can get a first down.
Yeah, this line doing a great job of standing people up, Toe.
Yeah. They're going to call it 3rd and 5, so we got a little bit more than we thought. 3rd and 5 from the 7-yard line. Sichel rolls out and rolls right up the middle, but he's going to get stoned before he gets to the 5. And so now the Braves are going to have a tough decision to make.
Seen just 1 of 4 so far this year. And when I say just 1 of 4, not a lot of attempts for this Braves team, but this is basically an extra point distance. So, I mean, a couple yards, 3 or 4 yards more than that. So this shouldn't be a big deal if they do decide to go for it. But I'm not sure, Toe, with 51 seconds and given the taste they want to get out of their mouth, I think I'd be inclined to roll the dice and go for it here.
Well, Coach Rodenberg spends the first time out for the Braves, so they still have 2 left. 4th and 4 from the Taylor 6.
I'd be inclined to go to that right side of the line behind Hayes and Rippey and just power up with Devlin Daniel. Maybe get Jackson Fry over on that side and
the play
see what they do.
The play that seemed to work well earlier in the game was when they faked the pitch to Devlin and handed it to George Vollmer. Around end. And
well, we saw him score, that way where Vollmer was able to get in from about 20 yards and went in backwards, actually, just a couple weeks ago. Maybe that was last week. So, got a lot of options here, not just Devlin, but money play right here. This is a big one.
And Penn Picton will be in the backfield with Devlin Daniel. So, no, I guess not.
And they got Sitchell over here on the left side.
Yes, there's a wide out.
Yep.
Devlin in the Wildcat, all by his lonesome. And he throws, and it was incomplete. Tried to throw it to
Jackson Fry.
And,
nice play design, and he had him, and it looked like just a tough play. I mean, it's hard to make that catch to go down and get it. But that was almost one of those, oh gosh, what was that little jump play that Florida used to run?
Right, with Tim Tebow.
Yeah. Great idea. Only 46 seconds left. I feel confident about this Braves defense right now, but I think that's the right call, Toe. I think trying to get in the end zone. I don't think 3 is what they were looking for there. It was available to them, for sure.
Again, 46 ticks of the clock left here until halftime. Taylor with no timeouts remaining.
McFarland in the Wildcat. Or I'm sorry, he was behind the quarterback. I guess I was a little more aggressive than Taylor. How could that possibly be?
Well, they're keeping that clock going.
Yeah. No, he took a knee.
Oh, he did. Okay. I'm sorry.
Looks like Taylor's going to kneel out the half and doesn't like Indian Hill's interested in stopping them. So it's going to be a 21-14 lead for the Yellow Jackets at the half. We've got an update from our own Andy Edwards. He's bringing the energy tonight from that big McNicholas-Baden game. Let's head out to Andy for his halftime report.
Andy Edwards here reporting live from Penn Station Stadium, home of the McNicholas Rockets, as the Rockets are in a nail-biter here with the Rams as they are leading 6-3. Field goals have only been scored here and no conversions in that red zone.
So some technical difficulties there. We'll check back in with Andy in a moment once we get that worked out. We've got some more technical difficulties. Well, this happens sometimes. And you know who else having technical difficulties tonight? Life Christian Academy. They're having significant technical difficulties because they're playing a St. X team that is really rolling at the best time of the season, getting ready for the playoffs. And they are still in the second quarter, which is kind of rough, but St. X rolling in this one. But it looks like Life has crossed midfield, so let's head out there now. We'll get back to Andy Edwards in just a moment.
Perkins dropping back, looking right side. That one caught. And it will be caught by number 8, Major Davis, and they make it a first down. Major Davis makes his 9th catch of the year. So that'll set up 1st and 10 from the Bomber 30-yard line.
Yeah, LCA showing no signs of speeding this one up, honestly. Might try and get maybe 5 more yards and settle for a field goal, put something on the board.
Perkins pressured. That one hit as he threw it.
They're going to blow it dead.
Ruled incomplete.
That one might be more of an aid.
Well, we're going to invoke the mercy rule, and we will leave St. X as they are well on their way to a victory out at Tom Balaban Field tonight. They are back out of the half at McNicholas. It is a 6-3 lead for the Rockets. The winner of this game, the winner of the GCL Co-Ed. And again, if McNick wins, they've got a legitimate shot to get a top 4 seed in their region, which means they would host potentially 2 home games in the playoffs. But still a long way to go in this one, just underway in the third quarter. Baden has the ball on their own 40-yard line. A big third down play coming up.
Here's Emerson with Milazzo in the backfield. He'll roll to his right. He's looking. He'll throw towards the sideline, and it's incomplete. They said he caught it out of bounds. The intended receiver there was Ben Sakic, and that'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, good play on defense there, just able to get the ball down, but on inbounds. Now the Rockets really have to, they're going to get the ball back, and they've really got to make something happen here if they want to make sure that this one's getting put away.
And now Sakic will have to go back and punt. A.J. Gunler stands on his own 15-yard line. Oh, that was almost blocked by Tobin. But he gets it away, and it's a nice one. It's going to bounce and roll inside the 10-yard line. So Sakic, under all kinds of pressure, comes away with an excellent roll all the way down to the 6-yard line, and that's where McNick will have to take over.
McNick defense gets a stop, and then Baden punts it away, so the Rockets will have the ball deep on their own end to start off their first drive of the third quarter. Of course, we've got reporters all over the area tonight. Emily Sisk is giving us updates on games going on in Southeast Indiana. Let's check in with Emily now.
We have made it to halftime here at Week 10 for Southeast Indiana. I'm going to break down a few of your halftime score reports for you. One of them is Lawrenceburg as they are hosting South Dearborn. It is the second week in a row these two teams are meeting up. Last week they were playing at the Knights Field. Lawrenceburg secured a tight win, 17-14, and they're here yet again this week. Right now at the half, the score is Lawrenceburg 21, South Dearborn 0. The Tigers came out scoring early. The Knights answer with an interception at the very end of the first quarter, but they weren't able to take it to the other end of the field and get a score on the board. Tigers were able to get a rushing touchdown 2 times in the second quarter, putting them up 21-0. We also have Connorsville as they are playing Silver Creek at home tonight. They're coming off a rough loss. The last couple games Connorsville played, they've been held scoreless. 2 weeks ago against Lawrenceburg, last week against Batesville. Right now, they are against scoreless yet again, 0-26 right now. It's been all rushing touchdowns all across the team. They've fought all different scorers for Silver Creek so far. We'll keep an eye on this one. We'll also be continuing to look and see if we can get updates on Greensburg as they are facing Purdue Poly Inglewood, as well as Rushville as they are against Franklin County tonight. Stick around with us. Later towards the end, we'll have updates on what's going on in the playoffs, the schedules of who's set to take on who. This has been Emily Sisk for Friday Football Live from Southeast Indiana.
Thank you, Emily, for those updates from Southeast Indiana. We're going to head back to the pit where Elder has kicked a field goal early in the third quarter to take a 17-14 lead. LaSalle just had a really nice kick return. They're going to start their drive at the 41-yard line. So let's head out to the pit now.
In that first half, he was 10 for 10, and he sets the LaSalle offense 1st and 10 at the Lancer 41. 6:43 to go, third quarter. What a tilt here at the pit. And McLaughlin will turn and hand up the gut. And getting to the 45-yard line was tailback. See, last man off the pile there for LaSalle was Jordan Hall. And he picks up 4.
We're going to see what LaSalle tries to do offensively, but if Elder's going to keep giving LaSalle the easy throws, Pat McLaughlin's been killing them all night long, they're not going to go away from it.
McLaughlin looks to the sideline. He has 3 receivers to the right. Max Welter really did damage. The 6'3" senior flanker is in the slot. And McLaughlin will hand off, and Elder not fooled at all. A sea of purple gobbles up the LaSalle ball carrier and drops him for a 1-yard gain.
A really nice job by Elder's defensive line. It feels like when they have to come up with stops, they do, and they've done it all year long. Really haven't been up to par so far this game, but a lot of half left and a lot of chance for the defense to make a big play.
That was Jordan Hall on the carry. It's 3rd down and 5 for LaSalle at the 46. The Elder student section and the pit crowd comes to its feet. Critical 3rd down here, trying to slow down this LaSalle offense. The snap to McLaughlin, has a clean pocket and throws, and it's complete. 1st down to the Elder 43. Just a precision pass, and that went for 11 yards.
Pat's just been on target so far today, and LaSalle is going to go with this more tempo style offense once again.
It was Jack Schwarr on the catch, and a quick snap, and running it for LaSalle to the Elder 40 was Jordan Hall, and we have a flag down at the end of the play. after a 3-yard gain.
Early indications as Elder's kind of sideline was cheering a little bit. We'll see likely against the Lancers.
In the vicinity of holding. It's a dead ball foul. So unsportsmanlike conduct on LaSalle. So that is just a killer.
Well, that's what Elder's been able to avoid all year long. Just majority of games this year, Elder's been the more disciplined team. Other than likely the Moeller game that I can think of, Elder's just been able to stay in their own heads, not draw unnecessary penalties, and that's led to a lot of success, especially in the penalty battle.
It's now 2nd and 22, dead ball foul, so 15 yards from the line of scrimmage. So Pat McLaughlin and the LaSalle offense has its work cut out for it. Panthers lead 17-14, 4:45 to go, third quarter. McLaughlin going to the near sideline, back shoulder throw to Welter, and the first incompletion of the night is knocked down by Elder.
Get you back here for the third down play in a moment. We have another update from Josh Cobb. It's another touchdown for Beechwood. They were behind 7-0 early in this one, but they have surged ahead with 17 straight points. This is the second touchdown of the night for James Cusick. This one's a 16-yard touchdown pass from Clay Hayden. The extra point was good, and it's 17-7 with just about 25 seconds left in the second quarter. So they're about ready to go to halftime. Meanwhile, we're going to jump back over as Baden is on the move, looking to take their first lead of the game. They've got the ball down at the 26-yard line of McNick, trailing 6-3.
He looked, he fakes the toss, he's got a man wide open, and it's caught over the middle for a touchdown. Everybody bit on the run, and escaping and getting open was LT King, and the first touchdown of the game is scored by the Baden Rams, and they take a 9-6 lead.
Yeah, that was a great pass there, led him perfectly, and even better catch by the receiver just to be able to get his hands out there and nice finger strength to be able to pull that one in. But that one was capped off by just a stupid Rockets mistake. And
I'll let you know how the extra point goes in a moment. We're going to jump out to Waycross because we've got to get out there to see Lebanon. They're up 14-0 in this game against a Winton Woods defense that really until last week looked like they were maybe the best defense in the state of Ohio. And Anderson put 31 up on them last week, and they're in some trouble again tonight, down 14-0, and Lebanon is inside the 10-yard line, maybe near the 5. This is the first drive of the third quarter. Let's head out and see if the Warriors can punch it in against the Warriors in this all-Warrior matchup.
Getting sloppy or too aggressive either.
Yeah, no need. I mean, they've been in control, it seems like, from the moment this game kicked off.
Yeah, they really have been. See, this is where they're going to be in Division I this year, and this is not the way you want to get into the playoffs by backing in.
Right, exactly. You know, it's kind of like it's like any playoffs. The team that's hot going into it usually ends up doing well, especially in high school football.
Borgman Athletics goes above and beyond the competition. Borgman offers maintenance, service customization.
See, the Warriors, they understand it. You know, what they would like to do, you don't necessarily have to be undefeated, as they proved in their other 2 years when they climbed those mountaintops.
Mm-hmm.
But you still got to be focused at this time of the year, especially.
Chris Kuno, Jeff Kelly, Keith McGuire.
You know, they snuck up on people in 21, mainly because it was Coach Chad Murphy's first year with the team. And then next thing you know, they're the man.
Mm-hmm.
But now they don't sneak up on people anymore.
The third quarter with Woods fans, but it's time to get on your feet and make some
3rd and 4. And Warriors 7-16. They need to keep this ball out of the end zone. There's Fairweather. He's rolling to his right. Looks like he's going to pull up and throw. He's going to be tackled if they just get him back there. He's getting close to the goal line.
It's close. Looks like
but
just
they're not going to signal touchdown.
A yard short. Good goal line stop there by Winton Woods.
But they're going to have to face it on 4th down.
is stopped short of the goal line, which brings up a huge 4th down.
Fourth and 1. 6:42 left in the third quarter.
All right, this could be game here.
We'll see. I don't think it's a little too far for a quarterback sneak.
Oh,
He
that's
tried
not
to get
that
in with a
stop.
quarterback.
That stop.
They should have listened to me. So the Winter Woods Warriors force these guys to give it up on downs.
I don't know why, if they were going to go for a field goal.
Well, that may be one of the biggest plays of the game for Winton Woods defense. Absolutely had to have that stop, and they got it on 4th down and 1. Now their offense is going to be in their in the end zone, but they at least will keep it a 14-0 game. Let's jump back out to the pit where it is 17-14 Elder, and LaSalle continues their drive inside the Elder 30.
Have to convert on them, and this has to be a drive that Elder's going to come through and eventually get the stop on. Is they're going to need it right now, as their offense is giving all they can right now.
So this looks like it's a 1st and 15. McLaughlin will, as that was a spot foul, so they give LaSalle a 1st down on the result of the play, but back him up 15. 4 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Elder leads 17-14, and the snap to McLaughlin. Play fake. He's throwing a fade route in the end zone, leaping, high pointing the football on the deflection. It is caught for a touchdown. Incredible. Max Welter. The ball was deflected. It bounced 10 feet in the air and drops right into the lap of the 6'3" Max Welter, and LaSalle leads.
Wow, that is unbelievable. I'm jaw-dropped right now. That was one of the most unbelievable catches I've ever seen in a high school football game. Just the body control that Welter showed right there to stay with it. Ball was tipped way up into the air, but he didn't lose sight on it, and man, a huge play for the Lancers.
Shore to give LaSalle a 21-17 lead. And it's good. So a stunned Pitt absorbs another TD drive by LaSalle. The Lancers lead 21-17. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Well, that might have been the catch of the year here in Week 10 of Friday Football Live. What an amazing catch. And we're going to get another look at into your living room from the end zone camera, tipped up in the air. What a catch. LaSalle retakes the lead over Elder. I believe we have a halftime report from Colton Smith coming your way. Let's check in with Colton with his halftime report.
Halftime here at Dennis Griffin Stadium in Covington, Kentucky. I'm Colton Smith of Friday Football Live, reporting on the Battle of District 5, which has not looked like too much of a battle to this point, as the Covington Catholic Colonels lead the Mason County Royals 35-0. Now, it didn't look like it was going to be this way at the start of the game. Mason County got a great stopped the run like I talked about in the pregame show, and then Covington Catholic then also stopped the pass game. Looked like maybe it'd be more of a defensive battle, and the Colonels were actually almost stopped on the second drive of the game, but a costly penalty turned into a Cash Harney touchdown, and eventually 2 Cash Harney touchdowns as he started the game off, getting the Colonels up 14-0. It looked like maybe the Royals were going to start charging on the field. A beautiful pass from their quarterback, but it ended up not being enough as the first interception of the game would occur. And then it just kind of opened the floodgates from there. Number 3, Andrew Bessler got a touchdown. We got another Cash Money touchdown. And then finally, number 22, Owen Pitzer ended up getting a touchdown just before halftime, and another interception literally as time was expiring at halftime. So I talked about before the game, CovCath tied first in the state of Kentucky for interceptions. That would be the difference of the game, is who gets the interceptions, because also the Royals were tied third in interceptions. So Colonels are clearly winning the turnover battle here by far, and that has been the difference in this first half. If the Royals want any chance of getting back in this game, they are going to have to even up that turnover battle, if not end up winning the turnover battle. It seems impossible, but hey, if you can get 35 points and 3 turnovers in one half, who's to say another team cannot? Crazier things have happened in all across football. But 3 interceptions is not going to cut it in the first half. In order for Mason County to come back in this game, they're going to have to clean up things on the pass game, while also they have to go off in the pass game. They have to get down the field quickly, they have to score quickly, and they have to make sure that the Colonels don't get any more points in the second half. So that's the keys to the game. It's been a rough first half here, but hey, clean slate, not exactly 0-0, but a clean slate here in the second half. Let's see how this all ends up. For now, I am Colton Smith of Friday Football Live. Back to you, Matt.
Well, that seems like a pretty straightforward game plan for the second half. Thank you to Colton for that update. Meanwhile, we're going to head back to McNicholas. Looks like we are here just in time for a 4th down play. And it looks like the Rockets may decide to play the field position game here and punt this away. They had a first down right where the ball's sitting right now, but then a penalty on first down, and just couldn't get anything going. So they're going to try to pin Baden deep. Baden leading this game 10-6.
To flip the field, if you can pin Baden deep with this Raleigh Gabriel punt, his 3rd of the game, and he's going to receive the snap at midfield. He's going to get it away. It's a low kick, and it goes out of bounds, not as well as he probably wanted to. It's all going to depend on where they mark it. And they are going to walk it all the way up to the 15-yard line. Not too bad. Not what you were hoping for. But again, with 2:38 left to go, you got Baden working from deep in its own end zone.
Yeah, but Baden has really started to turn things on the offensive side of the ball, and that's where the Rockets really need to start to tighten up, is that they can't make defensive penalty mistakes here at this point. Otherwise, they're just giving them more fuel to continue moving.
Of course, it's a winner-take-all for the GCL Co-Ed Championship, and Baden has a 26-game.
So the punt goes out of bounds the 15-yard lines where Baden will take over 1st and 10, leading 10-6. We're going to head back out to Winton Woods, where it looked like Winton Woods was about to take this one the distance. We're looking at an instant replay right now, but look at about the 20-yard line. See that guy go down? Looks like he may have been dragged down. Looks like we're going to have a penalty flag on the play, and it's going to take the points off the board for Winton Woods. But after they got that big goal line stop, now they are driving a chance to maybe get back within 1 score late in the 3rd quarter.
Occurred. Yeah, downfield, so the first down will count for Winton Woods, thankfully, but they'll mark it back.
Okay, so 1st and 10, 1:47 left in the 3rd quarter. There's the ball being carried, but little or no gain on that play. Zeke back in the lineup.
No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 from the 28-yard line.
These guys are, yes, I hear people in the crowd saying, call the play, we don't have time for all this.
Yeah, they kind of knew the point. I mean, they're just using a lot of time. They had one explosive play that just got called back.
Incomplete, get on that ball.
Incomplete pass brings up 3rd down.
Yeah, that was close to a backwards pass there.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that was. Good thing the wind wasn't blowing. That could have been a backwards pass.
You can't take their chances.
Yeah.
You just get on that, and if they rule in your favor, that's fine. But here you are, the Warriors is 3rd and 10. Ball on the 28-yard line of the Lebanon Warriors. Here they come after them. Straight drop. Got time, looking to throw, wide open. This pass.
That's a touchdown.
Touchdown by the Windward Warriors on that play.
Wow. They've been going that play the entire night and just connected there on touchdown. Really nice play by Deontay Stewart. Really nice pass, Bryson Brown. Just what Winwood's needed.
Who caught that ball for the Warriors?
Deontay Stewart, I think, caught the ball.
Deuce Mathis. Knighton, Brian Knighton out for the point after to hold us down. And that kick is good. So with 56.8 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter here from Frederick Stadium, we have a score of your Winton Woods Warriors 7 and the visiting Lebanon Warriors 14.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this throw. Stands in the pocket, They've been trying to do this connection the entire night. Warner's lucky they didn't even get a little pass interference there too. They didn't get his head around, kind of running right into him.
Well, this game has definitely turned on its ear a little bit over the last 5 minutes. We had the big goal line stand for the Winton Woods defense, and then that touchdown pass and catch. Now a 14-7 game as they approach the fourth quarter tonight at Winton Woods High School. We'll definitely keep you updated on that one. Meanwhile, for the first time tonight, we're headed out to Oak Hills, where Lakota East is on top 13-0. I want to point out no announcers for this one. Lakota East announcers unable to make the trip, but they'll be back next week for the playoffs. At least that's what their YouTube page said. And they're going to have a long pass and catch inside the 30-yard line. That'll be a first down for the Hawks down inside the 30. And they're looking to maybe put this one away late in the third quarter, already up by 2 scores. And they're going to have a first down deep in Oak Hills territory. Let's go out there live.
First and 10 for Lakota East. Number 24, Ryder Hooks, is run out of bounds by number 13, Jay-Sean Dorsey. Be enough for a first down. It'll be first and goal at the 10-yard line. Being off again to number 24, Ryder Hooks. Met at the line of scrimmage by number 63, Jaden Johnson.
We'll keep you updated on this game, but it looks like Lakota East has things pretty well in hand here late in the third. We're going to get you back to the pit. They are underway in the fourth quarter. A big fourth down play coming up for Elder. We'll see if they're going to play the field position game, maybe punt this away. I thought they might be close enough to go for it, but it's going to be 4th and 8, so it does look like they are going to kick. So other games around the area while they set up for this punt, Highlands a 63-7 lead in the fourth quarter. St. X up 49-0 at the half on Life Christian, and that punt going to go out of bounds inside the 20, and it's going to be a nice roll there, maybe down to about the 12-yard line. So LaSalle going to be backed up to start their next drive, leading 21-17. So we will head out there now, and we'll check in on this LaSalle drive. We'll get you back out to McNick here shortly as well, as that's really the other big game tonight, and it's still a 10-6 lead for Baden in the fourth quarter.
.com. So next week begins the playoff in Ohio high school football. Elder gunning for a home playoff game. Got to take care of business and come from behind against LaSalle first, and the Lancers will take the field, and Pat McLaughlin's in
motion and set up in the right slot. 5 receivers on the field for the Rockets. Back to pass. And he is smoked. And Milta Brink is slow to get up. Royce Rachel was unblocked. He beat his man off the snap, and that is a backbreaker for the Rockets.
That's just an all-out failure from that offensive line to block anything, and they gave their team absolutely no chance.
Credit Royce Rachel with the quarterback sack. Rachel with 8 sacks on the season now. Now it's Gabriel. And here's the punt, and they're going to bring it back. It's Brown. And he is going to make one man miss, but not 2 more, as Sam Orlando combines with Nate Collier to make the tackle. And now Baden with 10:24 left to go.
So punt for McNick, and time starting to become short for the Rockets. A 10-6 lead for Baden in the fourth. Let's head back to the pit where LaSalle has the ball. 3rd down and 3 here, trying to keep this drive alive, and they have done that. It'll be a first down, and we're down to 8:49 to go. The Lancers with a 21-17 lead.
Kept the football, and man, got enough for the first down for LaSalle, and just keeps the chains moving. That's what you got to do right now if you're LaSalle.
1st and 10 at the 20. Lancers just trying to bleed this clock. McLaughlin trying to get Elder to jump. Now looks to the sideline. Will, we didn't talk about the curious decision by the LaSalle coaching staff not to force the issue at the end of the first half. With a minute 15, they had been on fire on offense, but they chose to sit on the ball and go to halftime. We'll see if that comes back to haunt. The handoff here will definitely come back to haunt. It goes for a big loss. Ty Brown is bounced outside, a loss of 5 on the play.
Well, that's just a big-time mistake out of Ty Brown right there, and that's really, like you mentioned, going to hurt LaSalle. That's even worse than a 10-yard holding penalty on first down, because now you lose the down and you lose about the same amount of yards. And you mentioned, we talked about LaSalle before half not going for points, and that might come back to haunt. We'll see. That remains to be seen.
-7 on that run by Brown, essentially a sack. -8. 2nd and 18 now for the Lancers at the 17. McLaughlin trips to the right, takes the snap. Screen pass, it's Brown at the 20. Elder is not fooled at all, but we have double penalty flags. I assume we have a legal man downfield.
You assume correctly. That will be an illegal man downfield, and that's another big break for Elder. It's going to be interesting, though. We'll see what Elder decides to do here, as they were able to bottle up that screen for a short gain and likely might try to decline this thing.
Looks like they have declined, so Ty Brown is given a gain of 4 on the play, and the Lancers will have a 3rd and 14 now. Will, they've converted a few of these 3rd and longs tonight.
They have, and they've been really good on the downs where they just had to get Elder out into space and let their receivers win. And right now, Elder's secondary's got to hold up, because you know the front's going to be pinning their ears back and coming at McLaughlin.
3rd and 13 for LaSalle. 8:12 to go in the 4th. Lancers lead 21-17. McLaughlin, 2 receivers to either side. Takes the snap, back to throw, deep middle shot. Uh-oh, we have a flag. It was a completed pass, but a dead ball, false start. Boy, what a break for Elder.
Wow, and Coach McLaughlin on the south sideline cannot believe it. That was going to be a first down and more for LaSalle, and man, Elder's got to figure out something defensively to slow down these big seam plays for LaSalle, and a big break for Elder.
Brady O'Connor grabbed that one, Will. But it's all for naught. A 5-yard penalty makes it 3rd and 18, and even 8 minutes left in this game. The Lancers going backwards on this possession.
LaSalle's not going to be shy to try to throw this thing up to any one of the receivers. They're going to have to burn a timeout.
LaSalle calls a timeout. 7:48 to go in the 4th. We'll take a quick timeout here on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Since 1922, we've been a cornerstone of this community, but now it's time to see the future.
So we'll get you back to the pit with 7:48 left in the 4th quarter. Let's head back to McNicholas, where it is still 10-6 Baden, and Baden has the ball, but it looks like they are behind the sticks, and we'll get you out there now.
Man there, that's the center, Evan Price.
That'll be about 3rd and 11.
Again, if McNick can get a stop and take advantage of that holding penalty, that's exactly what they need here. But the clock is moving as we hit the 7.5-minute mark. Left to go in this one. And Baden's in no hurry to snap the ball here, as they look to their head coach for the play call. Again, I think they're just going to expire the play clock or call a timeout, as they're in no way trying to make a call here. And they wait till the end of the play clock and call a timeout with 7:04 left to go. They'll call the timeout, so will we. Baden leads at 10-6 in a winner-take-all for the GCL regular season championship on the McNicholas Broadcasting Network.
McNicholas Athletics would like to thank Rocket Nation for their unwavering support to help our programs compete at a high level. Their dedication to supporting McNicholas Athletics in a number of ways.
We got a timeout here on 3rd down and long coming up for Baden. Speaking of 3rd and long, that's where LaSalle is, 21-17 up, but 3rd down and 18 coming up. Let's get you out there, back to the pit.
Start due to a lot of injuries, leading all tacklers after 3 quarters with 9. That is just remarkable. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. For a freshman to be doing that is just so special.
3rd and 18 for LaSalle. They lead 21-17, 7:48 to go. Trying to break the back of the Elder defense. Let's see how aggressive they get here. The pit in a frenzy. McLaughlin to throw, wants it all, throws into double coverage, and this one is intercepted. Joey DeTullio has the ball at the 50, at the 45, at the 40, still going at the 30, at the 25 with a convoy. DeTullio at the 10, cuts it back. It's a pick six. Touchdown Elder, and late penalty flags as well.
Oh my goodness, the third defensive touchdown for Joey DeTullio. Oh my Lord, John, you haven't been on hand all season long to watch this guy. He is remarkable. That was an insane play. Looks like we might get a little laundry after the play, but wow.
Unbelievable. What a throw by McLaughlin. He was simply throwing it up for grabs and threw it a good 50 yards in the air, but DeTullio brought it down like a center fielder and then weaved and bobbed his way through the LaSalle offense. A pick six and one for the memory books. If this holds up, it gives Elder a 23-21 lead. What a play by Joey DeTullio.
Wow, it looks like it was a personal foul on Elder after the play, so Elder will have to tack on those penalty yards on the kickoff, but nobody in the pit cares right now.
What a play for the senior in his final regular season night at the pit. And
I'm at a loss for words. He's amazing. The plays that he can make, just the wherewithal to know where he is on the field, he's remarkable.
Adam Ray to make it a 3-point lead for Elder. And it's good. 24-21 Elder, 7:29 to go. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
What a huge play for the Elder defense, the pick six, and now it's Elder on top, 24-21 in the fourth. We're going to jump back out to Indian Hill, where Taylor is on the move. They're down inside the 30. This game is kind of the one that's the farthest behind. They are in the third quarter still, but Taylor looking to add to a 21-14 lead.
Field, actually. And they're going to call the ball down, and I think that's probably a good call. On the heels of that penalty, certainly going to generate a lot of reaction from this Indian Hill crowd, but I think that was actually a good call. Interesting, you had two receivers over there, and the one that got it and was able to run with it was not McFarland. We're going to take a look at that. I think McFarland's like, hey, I'm the yards after catch guy. What are you doing? But they got two of them over there. Almost kind of a little bit of a pick play right there.
Well, that'll make it a 2nd and 2 for Taylor from the Braves 22. Schrempf, and he moves the pile forward up to the 20.
You're exactly right, Toe, and those are the kind of plays that's going to be a first down. Those are the kind of plays this part of the field, if you can keep that pile going forward, big advantage.
Schrempf comes into the game 718 yards rushing on the year with a 7.3 yard per carry average, which is tremendous. And he's certainly done a really, really nice job today. An undersized young man, but tough, and has done a really, really nice job for Taylor.
You trying to call him Shrimp Scampy or Scamper?
There's Schrempf again, and gets piled up after a very short game. Make it 2nd and 9.
The other part of it, Toe, right down here, if you're going to throw the ball in this part of the field, you really do want to put something on it. And Braves might have an opportunity here. 2nd and long. They can get it to a 3rd and long. Ball's going to be in the air.
Cans and Schrempf. And see if...
Nothing worth some canned shrimp, I can tell you that. I think they call that spam.
McFarland. And it's incomplete.
Well, Toe, right now, that secondary with an opportunity to make a play, and that defensive line for Indian Hill with an opportunity to rush the quarterback and speed things up for him. See how they do right here.
3rd and 9. And been a kind of a strange game. The Braves have had many opportunities and just have not been able to cash them in. 3rd and 9.
Like to see Rader and Fry get a little pressure here from the left side.
Looking for McFarland.
He did, and that's a pick.
And he gets across the goal line.
So we talked about it before. A playmaker is going to give his guys an opportunity to make a play, and he's also going to give the other guy an opportunity. We're going to see what we got a little flag out here.
Yeah, there's a penalty, and it looks like.
It looks like that was after the possession, though. If you look at the end of that replay, comes out with the flag after the possession.
Well,
so I think it's going to stay.
Jake Freshwater gets it. Did he come out of the end zone? And if he did, he's on the 1-yard line.
So back to that play, though, the pressure by Rader, particularly right up the middle. There's really, pressure from the middle of that line is a real tough thing for a quarterback to deal with. Rader able to get there and cause that throw.
It is 24-21 Elder, but LaSalle trying to answer that pick six.
Great job
Elder
on the backside by Freshwater to keep his feet in battle for that football.
And the bad news is the Braves defense is staying on the field.
For the end zone, and he's inside the 1. 1st and goal.
You see exactly what.
So if you look at that replay, when the flag came out, it was so late. Well, that's Wyoming. That's last week. That is a replay, Toe. but the flag came out really late on this.
Right after the interception.
Yeah. Just wonder what the thinking is there. So this series, Indian Hill fans fit to be tied after the penalty against Penn Picton.
Easy for him. We talked about the defense was out there for a while, and that's kind of the drawback to defensive touchdowns. As great as they are, defense is going to be out on the field for a long time and often lead to points for the other teams. And Elder's going to have to really show up on offense, or this game might be over.
A game littered with penalties, and a big one by Elder there helped that LaSalle drive along. Jack Shore trying to make it a 28-24 game, and he does. 5:33 to go in the 4th. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network. End zone for a touchback, and here come the Panthers.
All over the place on that one, too. So that'll be 2nd and goal from the 8.
One thing about Taylor, they're not going to play it safe. They may run the football, but they will at some point, they will test the end zone.
McFarland down to the bottom part of the screen here. There's another penalty on the Braves on holding. So wow.
And so that's a penalty you really have to kind of credit Taylor. They will, put pressure on your defense. They will make you defend, and only so many times you can make a play.
Well, that'll make it 1st and goal from the 4. McFarland, and he scores.
So that's a nice little dig route, then coming back outside after he took the defender inside. We're going to see him on the right side of the screen. He's going to come in motion, take that inside, and then back out. Really, really tough play to defend.
going to, actually, we had an interception originally. Now it is going to be a touchdown pass with Taylor up by 2 scores. Still a lot of time left in that one.
Trying to
We're
go
going to bring you
up by
back
2
to Winton
scores
Woods
here.
because here
Well, they're
comes
up 2
Winton Woods
scores,
on a
but-
kick return inside the 40, still on his feet. Down the sideline. Looks like Winton Woods going to take it to the house. They have come back from 14-0 down to take the lead on Lebanon. Let's head out there now.
On the field.
Wow. Deuce Mathis on senior night coming through for the team right there. Just a nice punt return, good blocking by special teams, just finding that seam up the field.
That's right, 6:22 left to go in this affair. The Warriors finally break into the lead at 20-14 as we wait to see what Brian Knighton comes up with on this point after. Hold is down. The kick is up, and that kick is good.
What a turn of events in this game. It was 14-0 Lebanon, and they were on the verge of making it 21-0 and maybe putting this game away. But 3 straight scores from Winton Woods. We do have a flag. We'll let you know if that has any bearing on the extra point. But in the meantime, we're going to go out, and it is going to be holding. So they'll probably have to kick it again. But we're going to go out to McNicholas because that game is getting the late stages of the 4th quarter. It is 10-6 Baden. Baden has the ball. We have a timeout right now on the field, as we're going to wait, it appears, to see if Winton Woods can make this extra point. And obviously, it's a pretty big extra point because a big difference between being up 6 and being up 7 in this situation. We're going to take another look, it looks like, at this punt return touchdown. What a big return for Winton Woods, who really struggled to get anything going offensively until late in the 3rd quarter. And that goal line stand seemed to just energize the Warriors, and they've been just about unstoppable. Great replays here from our friends at Waycross.
They're going to have to figure out a way.
Just a couple of missed tackles is all it takes, and Winton Woods able to take the lead in this one, 20-14, pending the extra point, which again was taken off the board due to a holding call. We're going to get every replay. Great stuff from Waycross. This is the field view. We have like ref cam or helmet cam, or we have a drone shot possibly of this touchdown we want to see. Here's another angle just in case, like if you have any doubts as to whether he gets in, but it's just great vision for the kick returner and good blocking downfield for Winton Woods. That's what it takes to make that happen. Again, this game is completely flipped, and we're still waiting for a potential extra point. But what a great celebration, Winton Woods coming back to take the lead at home over Lebanon. I think we'll let you know whether this extra point is made, because I'm not sure if they're ever going to get around to kicking it. It looks like the extra point ended up being good. They put the penalty on the kickoff possibly. So we'll get you back out there. We're back to the pit now where Elder is driving. They're across midfield. Not a good time for Elder to come back, though, as we have a sack for LaSalle. Down to 2:23 to go in this one. Let's head out there now.
Huge play for LaSalle.
Wow, that's massive, as you mentioned. And Caden Eastep just got to get rid of that football. Had an open guy on a 5-yard stop near side, closest to us on the RPO, and decided against it. Now Elder's going to have their work cut out for him.
2:05 to go. Clock continues to churn. Loss of 4 on the play. Line of scrimmage now, the LaSalle 45. Panthers trail by 4. They need a touchdown. 5 receivers in the formation. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. 4-man rush for LaSalle. Eastep throws to the far side in a rocket to Thaman, and he grabs it at the 32-yard line near a first down. What a throw by Eastep.
Well, that's massive because A, that stops the clock, and B, you give yourself, it looks like they're marking it there. It's going to be 3rd down. You give yourself 2 downs to get 2 yards.
3rd and 2 on the 12-yard rocket from the opposite hash by sophomore Eastep. The clock is stopped. Did we get a... Oh, he stepped out of bounds. That's right. So 3rd and 2 for Elder at the LaSalle 33-yard line. And the Lancers, they stuff the box. Eastep hands to Thaman, and Thaman leans the ball over the first down marker, but they mark him short. It will be 4th down, and this is the ball game for Elder if they don't make it.
And Elders fans not happy with the spot right there. And again, you're not really in hurry-up mode right now. But you got to go a little tempo if you're Elder. 1:30 and ticking.
Only 2 timeouts left, and the play still not called in from the Elder sideline. And Doug Ramsey forced to call a timeout with 1:13 to go. We'll keep things right here. LaSalle leads Elder 28-24 here at the pit. 1 minute, 13 seconds left in the football game, and the game could come down to this play. We're
going to get you right back to
one.
Elder, where they have a 4th down and
Interesting
1
spot.
coming up
Looks
for
like
the
Joey,
game, but we're going to
famous
jump
knee
out
was
in the
down
meantime
prior to
during the
reaching the
timeout
ball,
to
past the
Lebanon
first
and
down
Winton
marker. You
Woods,
mentioned
and
this is likely gonna
Lebanon
be
with
the
a
football
nice
game,
kick
especially
return
with
gets the ball to
Elder burning that timeout.
midfield.
Not a bad timeout at all.
With defense
LaSalle,
really
the way they've been moving the ball offensively, they're
make
likely
things
going to pick
tough
up a
on
first
Lebanon.
down.
3rd down
if
and
you gave it
8
back
coming
to
up.
them
Let's get
anyway.
out their
So
line.
we'll see what Elder decides to do here on a big 4th down. See what Coach Ramsey's got drawn up. This really could be.
The word defense is there. Playing some serious ball. This is the kind of stuff you want on film for people to watch. So far, they're coming out saying, yes, they want it bad.
Yeah, just stopping any sort of run that Daniel tries. Just no room for him.
And something tells me that that hit that this quarterback took, he's going to be feeling that. It might.
He leaps across the 30 for a gain of 3, and the ball came loose, but the referee's saying he is down.
Elder's got to go right now, and LaSalle's, all their coaching staff is on the field right now. Elder's got to go.
1st down and 10, Elder. The LaSalle coaching staff absolutely furious that a fumble was not ruled there, but a fresh set of 4 for Elder. Step quickly to the line, back to throw at the 30, throws far sideline, is intercepted. It's going to be run back for a game-clinching interception, return for a touchdown. Stepping in front, 70 yards, and the Lancers, with 52 seconds to go, put this game away on a pick 6.
I mean, absolutely unbelievable. And you mentioned you give your playmakers a chance to make plays. Caden Estep was good all night long, just an ill-advised throw right there. And LaSalle, credit where credit's due. The LaSalle defense stood their ground and made a play to win the ball game.
As with most plays, big plays tonight, it was followed by a flag, which I'm sure is going to be some sort of excessive celebration. The bigger story, though, is LaSalle leads 34-24
LaSalle with the pick 6.
on the pick 6.
Yeah, they're going to get a penalty after it, but it may not matter.
We're still hunting for a number that occurred on the far sideline. Tough to.
This may be it here for the Rockets of McNicholas. They're down 10-6. Less than 2 minutes to go in this one. McNick used their timeouts to get the ball back. They got to have a touchdown here if they want to win the GCL Co-Ed. Let's head out there now.
Yes. He goes across the middle. He's got a man who is just blown up, and a late penalty comes in. And that is Caleb Nauman, the intended receiver.
And that's going to be a taunt. That's going to be a taunt stepping over Nauman after the hit.
Well, is it on the hit, or is it on the taunt, or is it both? Boy, that was a bone-crunching hit, no matter how you want to call it, by Alex Pate. He's going to get at least 1 penalty. Will he get 2? And Nick Yorty is not a happy camper on that Baden sideline. Keep in mind, McNick has had 2 of those penalties called against them, but this is at a crucial time. It is 1 penalty, 15 yards, and that is out to Baden territory at the 46-yard line. A huge break for the Rockets, but they have to take advantage of it.
And historically, they have not.
At least not in this game. Back to pass, Meltebrink. It's a screen. It is Nate Collier, and he's going to get out of bounds.
Get about a gain of 5 on that one.
Trying to find that marker, and a guy dropped it on the chain gang. That's a smart move, right?
Oh, yeah.
Self-preservation. So it'll be about a gain of 5, as you said, out to the 41-yard line.
And there's no field goal option in this one. You have to get a touchdown.
Nope, you're down by 4. Field goal doesn't count. Got to get it in the end zone. 1 minute, 1 second left to go in this one. The clock stopped after Collier goes out of bounds. Meltebrink alone in the backfield. 1 receiver to the right, 3 to his left. He's back to pass. He has to roll. There's a flag down, and it's dropped by the intended receiver, but I think that's coming back anyway.
Yeah, that's going to be a hold on the Rockets.
Evan Sanfus was wide open, drops the pass, but I think that's going to be a hold on McNick. Let's wait for the official call, and it is the preliminary indication is that it's a hold. And that'll bring it back 10 yards. And again, McNick cannot take advantage of one of the few Baden mistakes of the night. They were able to do it in the first quarter when on the fumble early in the game, they got a field goal out of it, but a costly 15-yard penalty committed by Baden.
And
McNick just turns around and holds.
Yeah, and Baden at this point is going to be defending the sideline. They're going to try and keep it in bounds as much as possible, so you might as well try and throw it over the center and see if you can get somebody open.
And that is because McNick, if you're joining us late, has no timeouts remaining. So Meltebrink. It's now 2nd down and 15 at the 49-yard line. Meltebrink is back to pass. He's going to go towards the sideline, and it's caught. Connor Powderly got the tiptoe down, and it's going to be a first down for the Rockets with 50 seconds left to go. The ball at the 36-yard line.
Big catch there for the Rockets, just able to get the clock stopped, able to get the yardage, get the first down. The Rockets are really starting to find themselves on offense.
And again, it's touchdown or bust here for the GCL title for McNick. It'll be the first time they've won a title since they went back to one division in 2018. Here is Meltebrink. He gets it to Nauman, who catches it and slides out of bounds after a gain of about 4. And that's the key. You got to stop the clock. So you talked about Baden wanting to keep the ball away from the sidelines. McNick is trying to get to the sideline in order to stop that clock with no timeouts.
Yeah, and the Rockets are doing something a little bit different this time around. They're really kind of rushing up to the line once they break the huddle and then snapping quickly to try and catch the defense out of position.
Meltebrink goes all the way over to his offensive coordinator for the call. Now he'll bring it to the line. He'll set up in the shotgun with Nauman to his left. Back to pass. Over the middle. He's got a man, and it's caught. Fighting his way across the 25-yard line. That's Nate Collier. And now they're going to have to clock it. 40 seconds, 39. And they clock it, and it's 2nd down and 10 with 38 seconds left.
This is, Meltebrink really starting to step up and show himself that he's up for the challenge at this point. The 38 seconds, and he can definitely make this work is the way he's been working throughout this one.
Baden has a timeout if they want to use it. But I would think that's unlikely at this point. Meltebrink comes from the sideline with the play call. 38 seconds left. It's 2nd and 10 at the 24-yard line.
2nd down, 10.
Meltebrink in the shotgun with Nauman to his right. Back to pass. He fumbled it just a bit. Now he looks to pass to the sideline. It's caught and forced out of bounds. That's Evan Sanfus, and that should be another first down or very close.
Just short. Looks like he's going to be about inches short, maybe a yard. He's going to be marked out at the 15.
Boy, that is close. That is 1 yard short. It's 3rd and 1, 31 seconds left. Well, no, the chains haven't moved. It's 3rd and 1 from the 15. "31 seconds left. They're in the red zone, are the Rockets. Meltebrink. Oh, and he got the guy to jump. Costly penalty there, and that'll be a first down if it's against the defense, but let's wait for the call. Roscoe Martin jumped, but was he enticed?
Saw a rocket take off in to the defense. That's a penalty against the Rams, and the Rockets are going to get a new first down.
Boy, that's a huge break. Can the Rockets take advantage? as it'll be first down and goal at the 10-yard line. 31 seconds left to go for a GCL championship. Again, Baden has a timeout if they need to reorganize. They'll choose not to go with it. It is Miltebrink. He'll send Powderly to the opposite side towards the press box. Nauman is to his right. Back to pass. And it's batted down again. That is the third pass breakup for the defensive end Roscoe Martin, who was flagged for that offside.
Yeah, that is a quick play, though. You only took off 4 seconds, so you still got plenty of time. You got 3 downs to work with, because at this point you're not kicking the field goal.
No.
So it's 4-down territory. The Rockets still have plenty of time to work here.
27 seconds left. It's second and goal at the 10. Of course, you act like this is the end of the season, but it's not, because you get to get new life next week starting with the playoffs. But it's about bragging rights and a big-time rivalry for a league championship. Miltebrink, back to pass across the middle, and it's caught!
It's picked off.
It's picked off, though. Caught, and an interception by Rocco Malazzo, and that will do it for Baden. My. Well, championship teams make championship plays, and that's what the Rams did there on defense.
Yeah, and Miltebrink unfortunately throws it into double coverage, and one of those two picked it off, and it's just that's a tough break for what started to be a very fantastic drive for the Rockets.
So Baden has 22 seconds to kneel down, but they're on the 1-yard line. I thought that, so they're going to call timeout, Will Baden, to figure this out, because they ruled him down at the 1-yard line, not in the end zone. That's a big difference. You got to run a play here and hope not to, be forced into a turnover situation.
Yeah, it was just one of those plays where he caught the ball outside of the zone and it never.
I believe that is going to do it for this one. We'll keep an eye on it just to make sure that nothing crazy happens with Baden taking over at the 1-yard line. But what a defensive play for Baden. It looks like the Rams are going to win the GCL co-ed, but what a game between those two, 10-6 the score. We're going to jump out of this one, jump back to a game that is still in the third quarter, almost done with the third quarter, 24 seconds left, and it's a one-score game between Taylor and Indian Hill. Let's head back out to Indian Hill High School.
Penalties will offset, replay, second down.
Well, Kansas, like you were saying, he threw it up in the air, and it was the opportunity there, and George Vollmer catches the dying quail.
I tell you what, if you're a defensive back, this is a game, and this is a quarterback you love to play against, because one, he's going to test you, and you want to compete. But second, he's going to give you an opportunity to get some stats.
Second and 13.
You just got to be better than the other guy.
Here we go. Evan Riggs.
Evan Riggs with another disruptive play as a defensive player, absolutely fantastic, and great job for him to bear down. He comes in and he's running hard, good speed on this, but under control and able to make the play.
And he shed the blocker there, Schrimpf, was able to shed him and get to Kent, which the Braves have had trouble getting to. Ken seems to know exactly when to get rid of the ball, and
yes.
Evan got to him before he had the opportunity. That's the end of the third quarter.
You make a great point. I mean, you're so used to seeing that guy get rid of the football, and not just get rid of it, get it to somebody, complete it, and I haven't seen him sacked a whole lot tonight. Just getting rid of the football.
1 quarter to go in Friday Football Live for 2024, and we got a good one there as we're going to jump back. Actually, we're jumping back to McNicholas, and it looks like the ball is right outside the goal line here, and Baden trying to run out the clock and trying to avoid getting a safety here that would potentially give McNick the ball back, but they've got to get the ball out of the end zone, so let's see what happens.
Play, and again, it's another sneak, and they're going to mark him on the 1 yard line, and that'll do it. And the Baden Rams have done it. They have now won a share or outright 6 straight GCL Co-Ed League regular season championships, and it's their.
So Baden gets it out of the end zone, and the Baden Rams are your GCL Co-Ed champions. They win it tonight 10-6 over McNicholas, as both teams will head into the playoffs next week. We're going to head back to Winton Woods, where this game completely turned around on a goal line stand in the third quarter. Lebanon was on the verge of going up by 3 scores in this game. They were really controlling the game on both sides of the ball. Winton Woods got the stop, and they've never looked back. They're up 28-14, only 40 seconds to go. Lebanon running out of time. Let's head out to Winton Woods once again.
He comes in the huddle. Something tells me, as desperate as this situation is, Baylor does not want to end up being tackled or running the ball himself. Straight drop by Baylor. Throws his ball. His ball is almost intercepted. It is intercepted.
Wow, look at this play.
So it looks like Winton Woods going to finish this one off. If anything differently happens, although it looks like they may have a pick here that definitely would finish it off. So that's going to wrap things up from there. Meanwhile, we've got the spinning wheel of internet connection issues out at Indian Hill, but they just got an interception on the first play of the fourth quarter. So the Braves are within 7 points. They've got the ball, and it looks like they just picked up a first down. This is our last game of the night. We'll be having reports coming in from all across the Tri-State from our reporters. Of course, don't forget, at the end, we'll be taking you out to Tri-State Football's Friday Football Tonight as they will wrap up the games and get you set for the Ohio playoffs, which will start next week across the Buckeye State. But we're going to get you out to Indian Hill now, see if the Braves can tie this one up here on Friday Football Live.
Vollmer in motion. Gives it to Devlin, and he has 3 or 4 Taylor Yellow Jackets all over him, gains with a gain of about maybe 2 yards, so we'll have a 2nd and 8.
Yeah, nice job over there. You know, this Taylor defense, some playmakers. We've talked about, you know, Brody Lehman quite a bit, and we've talked about Mike Branch, but Will Gooding, another guy very solid on this line.
2nd and 8. Daniel goes to Sichel's right. Jackson Hayes goes in motion, and there's movement. There's movement on the Braves, and that'll be that'll set them back 5.
So interesting. I don't remember seeing penalties like this with the Braves this year, and you wonder if there's, you know, what the cause might be. But you know, they got one of the best in the business, Coach Masali, the offensive line coach, and boy, has that been a strength of this team.
Looking at 2nd and 13 now. Devlin Daniel gets the ball. Does he get a break? Yes, he does. He goes out to the left wing, and he goes out of bounds with the first down inside the 20.
Yeah, Daniel doing a great job. He had great blocking. Everybody accounted for, and then he gets second level and just knows what he's doing. So
16-yard gain for Devlin. He's got to be a tired puppy. I'm tired just watching him. I think Taylor is too. Devlin. Oh, he gets tripped up there.
Yeah, nice job there by Lehman getting.
Brody Lehman.
Yeah, Branch was in there as well. Both those guys getting penetration, making Devlin change direction a little earlier than the Braves had won.
Devlin, they give him a 1-yard gain on that one, and that's a tough yard. So 2nd and 9 from the 17, coming out to 10 minutes left here in the ball game.
So I think key to this second half has been the Braves just staying with what they do.
Sichel, and there's nothing there. And Devlin Daniel just laid somebody out. That was Grant Ferguson, number 6. If you watch Devlin here, number 5, he turns around and just pops Ferguson.
Yeah.
So that makes 3rd and 9 from the Braves from the 24. Big play here. Sissel rolls.
Oh, what hands? Well, I should say hand.
Yeah.
Nice job, but Toe, in all honesty, if you're, I know you could get a little bit of incremental yardage or whatever, but if you're down here on a 3rd and 9, you're outside of field goal position. Turnover's not the worst thing in the world. Trying to make a play, and let's see him stayed on his feet. A lot of duress right there. Just nobody really open.
Grant Ferguson, the interception. He's the one that Devlin just popped the play before, so he bounces up and makes a nice play there, and Taylor with the ball.
Really equivalent of if you'd kicked the ball, if you'd punted and you just happened to kick it in the end zone. I don't think it would be the end of the world.
Taylor has it on their own 20 with 9:11 left in the game. Cans going deep to McFarland. Oh my, well, they had 2 receivers in the exact same spot.
So it's interesting, another case, and I think McFarland's talking to his teammate. I don't like that, just walk right by him.
I think somebody was running the wrong route.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, you shouldn't have 2 guys in one place like that. Actually made a good play to knock it out of McFarland's hands. It could have been 6, but yeah, a little tough there between teammates.
That was Kaufman that was back there, and yeah, McFarland doesn't want anybody in his turf. He's
well, the play on the other side, if you recall, the 2 of them right there, and guy steps in front of him, and
McFarland didn't need a whole lot of help.
Well, a player like that, you'd like to isolate him, get him away from everybody.
2nd and 10. It's a quick out, and it's dropped. Pass a little bit off. Jake Freshwater with a nice job there to break the thing up.
Yeah, now we're getting into a 3rd and long, Toe, as we're going to see this ball a little bit high, and I think that receiver thinking about, boy, I'm going to take a hit. Kind of put him up in a vulnerable position. Even Rippey getting off the field. Wheels. So another opportunity for this Braves secondary. See if we can get some pressure and force a throw.
3rd and 10. Plus for McFarland. And it's thrown us a little bit too far for McFarland to go get it. Devlin Daniel on the coverage.
It's not a play that they're going to get a first down on anyway. And a good job by Briggs off the edge to hurry the throw.
4th and 10, you were asking if they would punt. This might be a good situation.
Yes. Well, we finally found a breaking point.
Taylor about to punt this ball away, up by 7 with 8:57 to go. So it looks like Indian Hill should get decent field position, as that punt definitely went sideways. So we'll see where the Braves end up with the ball. But in the meantime, we've got a final report from Colton Smith, who was out at Covington Catholic tonight, where they picked up a big win. Let's head out to Colton now.
Well, things have wrapped up here in Covington, Kentucky, Dennis Griffin Stadium. I'm Colton Smith of Friday Football Live. No, nothing crazy happened. It was a 49-0 victory for the Covington Catholic Colonels over the Mason County Royals. I said the Royals had to come out, get the ball down the field fast, and limit turnovers. Have no turnovers, actually. And they started the half with a turnover and got nowhere with that. Ended up becoming a Tate Kruer, number 14, touchdown for the Colonels. Sam Boyce also scored a touchdown later in the second half. It was all Colonels, as it had been all game long. I said before the game that Mason County had to limit turnovers. They let up 4, almost 5. They had to stop the run. They did not do that all but one, or maybe all of the touchdowns were rushing touchdowns for Covington Catholic, and Mason County had to pass the ball well. There were some great passes, some beautiful passes, but few and far between in the first half. And then you look at Covington Catholic, I said they had to force turnovers. Well, they forced 4, almost 5, and they ran the ball well, just like I said they had to. So that's really the difference of this game. One team came to play, the other one unfortunately did not. And now Covington Catholic will be playing some playoff football, and what looks like a great turnaround after starting 0-2 and now winning 7 straight. They still have a game against Campbell County next week, so they look to make that 8 straight going into playoff play. Should be interesting to follow how they do. Mason County is still a great season, though, just 2 losses on the year, and they still have another game next week. But for now, that's all I have. I'm sure it was a great night in Tri-State football. This is Colton Smith of Friday Football Live.
Thank you, Colton, for that update. We are in a timeout at Indian Hill. It is 2nd down and 3 coming up for the Braves. 28-21 lead for Taylor in this one. It's our final game of the night, and we're going to stick with this one until it is decided. But good field position after that punt. Chance for Indian Hill to maybe tie this one up in the 4th. I mean, I love big band music as much as the next person, and honestly, it's a great soundtrack for Friday Football Live, but I think maybe some audio technical difficulties in our original feed, and that pass was thrown right at somebody on the Taylor sideline, which is a bold choice, but it looks like it's going to be 3rd down and 3 coming up for Indian Hill. Hopefully we have our audio issues fixed. Let me take over the play-by-play, and then they'll let me know when we have the audio fixed. 3rd down and 3 from the left hash mark. It's going to be a draw play off the left side, bouncing off his own offensive lineman. It's going to be a 1st down as he hops out of bounds inside the 30 at about the 27-yard line. So Indian Hill has a 1st down as they continue to drive. Nice replay wipe there a couple times in a row just to make sure you know we're at a replay. But there, it could have been disaster, but able to bounce off his own guy and get out of bounds for a 1st down. So dare we try to see if we have, I think we are done with our Lawrence Welk in the background of this, and let's head out to Indian Hill, see if they can continue this drive.
And breaks out, breaks a tackle, and there is a penalty.
Yeah, looks like that's in the area of holding. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's a tough one, though, Toe. Now you get into 1st and 20, and it changes, what you're asking guys to do. You're asking your quarterback maybe to make a play that, he's capable of making, but not a play you'd necessarily want to. Right now, you just had this situation where you're running the football, you're tiring out the defense, you're taking time off that clock.
The Braves ready to go right away. First and 14. So Daniel to the left. Vollmer in motion. Daniel with the ball. Daniel breaks 1, but not 2, and he gets most of it.
So it's just amazing. I mean, I think the best thing you can ever say about a teammate is we're going to see Daniel pick his way through traffic and get really, really good yards. This is a play you absolutely need to pick your teammates up off a mistake. And the guy just continues to pick his teammates up.
2nd and 3. Gives it to Devlin. A lot of traffic out there. And he gets stoned right around the line of scrimmage.
So if you watch him run out there to the right, I think we're probably going to take it. It seems like we got to replay almost every play. You watch him run out there. I mean, this is a guy that's gutting it out.
Yeah. And there was nothing, as you've seen, he's playing virtually every play on defense, on punts. He's everywhere.
Yeah, last 2 weeks, I mean, you look at that second half against Wyoming and his sense of urgency and his competitive spirit. Boy, I tell you what, It's as impressive as anything he's done, and he's done a ton.
3rd and 4. Oh, my. There's a mix-up there.
So, and I want you to watch. He's supposed to have somebody come get the football.
Well, I think it was Penn Picton.
Right, but look at the reaction.
It's
look
the Wildcat.
Yep.
And he goes to hand it to Penn, and nothing's there, and he knows there's going to be a fumble if he gives it to him.
99 out of 100 high school players get up, slam the ball, look at their teammate, and have a problem with it. This kid's leadership is off the charts. He took a huge hit because of a mistake by a teammate, and he just gets up next play. Next play mentality.
4th and 11. Nobody open. Oh, my goodness. Nothing going on. Nobody open. Sichel had enough time to eat a sandwich and could not find an open receiver.
Well, disastrous couple plays for the Indian Hill offense, but Taylor going to take over on downs with 5:55 to go, protecting a 7-point lead. We're going to check in with another one of our reporters out in the field. Ben Burdett's going to have updates on all the games going on in Northern Kentucky, but he's out at Simon Kenton to give us a wrap on that one as well. Let's head out to Ben Burdett now.
That's a wrap here from Independence Ryle. Another big win tonight, 37-0 over Simon Kenton. 2 rushing touchdowns on the ground for Jacob Savage, 1 on either side of the ball for Dylan Lee, 65-yard handoff taken to the end zone and a 55-yard pick six, and a 20-yard receiving touchdown for Landon Lorms. Ryle moves to 7-2 on the season. They will host Dixie Heights next week as they continue to climb up the 6A standings, trying to catch DuPont Manual, who is leading 6A as it stands. Next week for Simon Kenton, they will host Ashland Blazer as they've fallen to 4-5 here tonight, as the Pioneers will try to get right and finish the season at the 500 mark. For Friday Football Live, my name is Ben Burdett.
Thank you, Ben, for that update. And we're going to head back to Indian Hill where 5:44 to go and not a lot of scoring in this game lately. Defense is doing a good job. It's going to be up to the Indian Hill defense to try to come up with one more stop to give their offense a chance, potentially go down and tie or win this game. So let's head back out to Indian Hill now.
Line of scrimmage, so it's 2nd and 10.
Shrimp's tough, is he not? Is he tough, Tom?
It's a little rough.
Is he tough, though?
It's a tough shrimp.
Is he tougher than a Kroger steak? Good grief.
Trying to set me up. Up. All right, well, we'll throw him down. Now we've got a long 3rd and long.
Let's see what this flag is.
The penalty is personal foul on Karsh collar tacker on the Braves. So from a 3rd and long, now a 1st and 10 on the Brave side of the field.
That's an odd one because you got somebody that's in traffic. He's going down. He's surrounded by Braves defensive players. You don't usually see that call or that play made by the player in that situation. Usually it's a guy that's out on the edge or out in space and you're trailing him.
Goes off to Ferguson. Ferguson for no yards. We'll see if the referees decide to blow the whistle again.
Yeah, blow the whistle and the Braves take a timeout.
Yeah.
The Braves trying to save those timeouts earlier in this possession. But once that first down happened and the ball got to that part of the field, have to take them.
So 2nd and 10. The Braves keep battling.
Yeah.
And again, I give Taylor's made some really clutch plays, and Kance has done a really nice job. But boy, the referees bailed him out all this game. Braves have played all season, haven't been penalized anywhere near as much as they have been tonight. And some of those penalties, if anybody looked at the video like we did, they ought to be embarrassed. They've called that targeting thing on Penn Picton, and that was a critical play.
Yeah, that was a the penalties on that drive were points penalties. That's a little different. That's not just yardage.
Well, there's Ferguson, and he drives up, gets a first down, and that is going to kill quite a bit more clock.
Yeah, credit Ferguson. That's good, tough running at a time when your team needs it and at a time when the other team is desperate not to give it. You see him just keep the legs moving. Good job by that line, but really, I mean, he's taking contact and just keeps those legs moving and falling forward.
And now we'll see Taylor talk to slow it down with under 4 minutes left in the game. Oh, it's 3rd and 1. I thought they had given him the first down, but 3rd and 1. And the Braves get him here, but let's see where the referees mark it.
No, they did not get it, but this is going to bring up a huge play right here, really, for potentially the ball game.
4th and 1. And Ferguson comes out of the game, so we'll probably see the back being Brody Lehman. And Taylor's going to take their time and probably run the clock down and call a timeout with 1 second left on the play clock.
Yeah, this is big, Toe.
Yep, so timeout Taylor.
Now, should Indian Hill get the stop, they've got 2 timeouts left to have the ball with about 62 yards to go in for the tying score. So this would set up a difficult enough task for Indian Hill should they get the stop here, but a reasonable opportunity for Indian Hill.
Yep. See, that offensive line is going to really have to toughen up and not budge an inch here. They're going to, and I would imagine that if Mike Branch is in the game, they're going to go right over his backside. It's interesting, Taylor called timeout and 4 or 5 seconds ticked off the clock from the time the referee blew the whistle until they stopped the clock.
It's we've seen a lot of crazy things tonight. I think we're going to see just a dive, but boy, you just don't know with these guys.
Well, France is in a shotgun.
Oh, geez.
And Ferguson busts through. And Ferguson gets down to the 10, no flags. And that's going to make it a heck of a challenge for the Braves now to come back.
And we're going to take a look at this. Once you get bunched up and you're in a short yardage situation, back in, once you get through it, opportunity to get additional yards, he does that. So it's been 10 years to this week, actually, week 10 in the fall of 2014, 10 years ago, since Taylor has won a game in the series, period. They'll do it potentially again here on this field, trying to at least.
Yep. Hand off there to Schrempf. The Braves will call a timeout. Their second.
So they're going to have 1 timeout left. And Taylor's going to be in a second down. Well, Toe, senior night, you're thinking about these guys, and again, we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, great senior group here, and, different themes to it. Big men that just improved and completely transformed themselves physically and really from a mental standpoint. Naira, Rippey, Hayes, guys like that. You got some guys, first-time players, like Taylor and Pontius, and Luciano and Hagapin. You know, you have some guys that came in, and I love that about this school. And I love it about those kids. It tells you a lot about those kids to come out here when you haven't been part of something and to jump in like a football team. All the credit in the world to them. LaBarbera, who stepped away for a period of time and then came back. It's really great to have him back. And then, of course, guys like Bass and Picton, who have been here in Naira throughout and have just played a lot of football and played a lot of different roles for this team. Great senior class. Regardless of how this goes down, they'll have another game, and this is a great group of guys.
2nd and 10. Danz pitches it. Shrimp, and he goes wide, and he will get past, and he's going to go out of bounds on the 1-yard line, and that should pretty much do it.
So it's a long drive across 275 and Cross County Highway. These Taylor fans very excited on the other side of the field. Such a long drive, Toe. I think some of them might have reservations at the Marriott over here. But a terrific night for the Taylor Yellow Jackets.
And a little frustrating one here for the Braves.
Yeah. Yeah, the penalties, and it's a tough one.
Kranz tries to bowl up the middle, but there's a penalty beforehand. It looks like, oh, they're calling offside on the Braves, so that's gonna make it from the half-yard line to the quarter-yard line.
So still a good chance the Braves will be back here. Well, I guess, you know, they're going to need a little bit of help. They're going to need a little bit of help. We mentioned it at the top. That's entirely possible. Urbana is going to be going to London tonight, and I wouldn't be surprised if they got beat soundly. That happens, good chance, because the number 10 team, New Richmond, was getting smoked by Clinton Massey.
Shrimp pushed back, but the clock will continue to tick.
But however it turns out, Toe, these Braves will be playing again. Obviously a top 16 seed, 16 of them in each region go to the playoffs.
Yeah, the Braves will have a chance to redeem themselves next week. We just don't know where.
Yep. Everybody go out to Joe Edel over the weekend. I'm sure that'll become clear.
And extension. Well, there's Ferguson, and they're going to call a penalty. Why not? You know,
I knew that was coming.
These guys, this refereeing group leads the league in penalties, and personal foul face mask on the Braves. All right.
Let's take a look here. Huh. Well.
Clock ticks on now. And those guys get paid by the whistle.
Oh, Toe. I just respect the fact that, you know, at this time of night, I think you'd be looking for a little bite to eat or something, you know?
Yeah, most of them look like they'd like to.
Stay until the end. I mean, hey, finish, you know, finish. Play to the whistle. Toe, stranger things have happened. How about Joe Bednarsik and Herm Edwards? We could use a little bit of that right now.
50 seconds
And,
here.
and you know, Toe, still in that shotgun. You know, things can happen.
Cans and Ferguson here with flank to his left. And he just takes a knee. Braves could stop the clock once, but they will not. And Taylor will emerge victorious.
So tough night for these seniors. I know everybody that's not a senior on this team did everything they could to put those guys in a position to go out with the win here at home. Let's hope that they're back and playing on this field one more
well,
time.
Well, that finishes off our live football tonight. That means it's time for some highlights on this Friday Football Live. Nick Foles puts these together each and every Friday night. And let's take a look at the highlights for week number 10. We'll start with Baden and McNicholas for the GCL Co-Ed title. Not 1, not 2, not 3. How about 7 straight GCL Co-Ed championships for Baden as they win it tonight. Lakota West had no problems tonight on the road with Mason. This was one that was a close game a year ago, but Lakota West made sure it was not going to be a close game tonight. And a lot of it had to do with quarterback run plays. There's the read option touchdown that made it 14-0 Lakota West. And then this time just a direct snap and says, well, forget that. I'll just take it myself. And he's going to break a couple tackles and then take it the distance. And Lakota West really pulling away in this one. Mason just couldn't get anything going offensively. And then right before the half, it goes to 27-0, and they have a big win. Tonight, actually got one more highlight from this one as this touchdown caught right again before the half. They got the ball back. It was 34-0. Lakota West rolled tonight. Meanwhile, great game at the pit tonight between LaSalle and Elder. Two teams looking for their first GCL Co-Ed win, or GCL South win, I should say, of the season. And it was back and forth all night long as here's LaSalle retaking the lead, getting it into the end zone to go up 14-7 in the second quarter. But Elder able to answer pretty quickly. Handoff up the middle, another touchdown. And that was late in the second quarter to tie things up at 14. Elder had a 17-14 lead early in the third. But this may be the catch of the year on Friday Football Live. On the deflection, it's a touchdown, 21-17 Lancers. And then this pass attempt is picked off. And this was a game that just had a lot of big plays. And here's the Elder defense with a pick six, taking it all the way back to the house for a touchdown. And it was the Panthers retaking the lead in this one, 24-21. But LaSalle answered right away, and then the quarterback sneak up the middle. It's a touchdown, and the Lancers go back on top. And then Elder looks like they're going to drive potentially for the game-winning score when the Lancer defense comes up with a play of the night. It's a pick six the other way, 65 yards. And LaSalle takes it to the house, and they will take this one by a score of 35-24. This was a good one as well between Taylor and Indian Hill. We've been watching this one most of the night, and this is a big run for Indian Hill to get on the board first. A touchdown makes it 7-0 Braves. Indian Hill got off to a great start in this one. Once again, another touchdown run, and they jumped out to a 14-0 lead, and it kind of felt like they were going to run away and hide, and their offense just didn't get much going after that as Taylor was able to complete this pass and take it all the way to the house. A 14-7 game as Taylor gets on the board. And then they get the ball right back as they use some onside kicks in the first half to pick up some extra possessions. And just wide open, a shrug of the shoulders. Can't believe he's that open. Extra point wasn't any good. Then the Indian Hill defense tries to make something happen. The pass gets away just in time, and then a spin move, a broken tackle, and all the way to the house for a touchdown for Taylor. It's a 21-14 lead for Taylor. And then the short pass again, 28 unanswered for Taylor to go up 28-14. Indian Hill tried to get something going on offense late in the third, early in the fourth, long touchdown pass. Pulled them back to within 7, but they couldn't get any closer as it is 28-21 is the final. And we'll turn this screen off since I didn't have a chance to switch back to a different background. But just a great night of high school football in week number 10. And it's hard to believe that we have just about wrapped up another season of Friday Football Live. It's been great bringing it to you each and every Friday night live from Northern Kentucky University. We've had a chance to not only take you to some of the best games live, but to get a chance to have reporters out in the field bring you highlights of all of these games throughout the season. So It's been great to watch. And we do have one more update from one of our reporters out in the field. Emily Sisk has been keeping an eye on games going on in Southeast Indiana, so let's throw it out to Emily for her final report on the night.
And the end has arrived for Southeast Indiana for Week 10 of Friday Football Live. Lawrenceburg was able to secure the win against South Dearborn. Last update we had here was the score was 34-8, so certainly a much larger increase of a win compared to last week's win. I'm sure they were in practice, reviewing films and getting their strategies down. Lawrenceburg will go on to face Greensburg next week. So the Greensburg Pirates, they got their first win of the season against the Purdue Poly Inglewood team. That was 35-8. Of course, Greensburg, when they faced Lawrenceburg earlier in the season, they fell. So certainly the Tigers are favored to win that game, but that will be decided come next week. The Connersville Spartans fell 20-40 against the Silver Creek Dragons. But this was actually a tie for the highest scoring game of the season for the Spartans. The last time they scored 20 points this season was the very first game against Richmond. But again, just not quite enough to secure a win there. Now, Batesville, they got a big win last week, so they had a bye for this Friday. They're going to be prepared to play the Rushville Lions come next week. The Lions got a win 19-7 was our last update here against the Franklin County Wildcats. The last time that Rushville and Batesville met back in September, the score came out to 55-20 in favor of the Batesville Bulldogs. But again, that's going to come down to see who advances in the playoffs next week. So again, just to recap, come next week, we'll have Rushville playing Batesville at 7 p.m. and then Greensburg facing off against Lawrenceburg at 7 p.m. This has been our updates for Friday Football Live. Thanks so much for sticking with us. We hope you've enjoyed it, and back to the studio for now.
Thank you, Emily, for that final report. And it's been a great year on Friday Football Live, as I was saying before. We threw it to Emily's final report. Again, we've been able to take you around the tri-state area to bring you the best high school football live each and every Friday night. We've also had reporters shooting video, doing stand-ups out in the field. It's been a great experience for these college students, even some high school students that have been involved. But we've really enjoyed bringing it to you each and every Friday night, and hopefully we'll be back for season number 4 coming up next August. It's been a lot of fun. Best of luck to all the area high school teams. Some of the teams in Kentucky obviously still have another week to go, but Indiana playoffs are underway, and of course Ohio playoffs will be, all the final numbers will come in tonight. You want to go to Joe Idle's website to get the final playoff standings throughout the night. When we wrap things up here, we're going to throw it over to the folks at Tri-State Football for their high school football tonight, and they will get interviews with some of the winning coaches, and they will run down all the final scores from across the tri-state area on this Week 10 of the high school football season. The executive producer, the spiritual leader, the man who put all this together for a 3rd straight season, Wes Akers, did a fantastic job organizing all this and basically making it all happen. And it's been a lot of fun working with Wes again for a 3rd season here on Friday Football Live. Phil Hoffman, the director tonight, sitting in the director's chair, did a great job as always. Garrett Jordan, our producer tonight, did a great job just making everything happen behind the scenes. Alex Perez, our news director, really just keeping everything rolling and keeping social media rolling throughout the night. Casey House, who's back tonight on the Score Bug, and that is a very hard job as it turns out. And Casey does it fantastically well, and it's always great to have those scores rolling throughout our broadcast. Nick Foltz, we saw his highlights, did a great job as always, bringing you the best of the games that we had tonight on Friday Football Live. Our reporters, what can you say? Fantastic job all season long. Andy Edwards, Dimitri Fizich, Ben Burdett, Colton Smith, Ben Miller, Emily Sisk. What can you say about them? Just absolutely professional level reporting. Can't say enough about how good their work is. Our production assistants who really make it all happen behind the scenes and make sure we have games ready to go to, keep us up to date on other games. Miles Sauer, Josh Northcutt, Jamison Howard. Great job. Brennan Bucher, Evelyn Wackler just did a great job on the halftime report. Again, it's been a lot of fun working with everybody. Looking forward to coming back for a 4th season next fall, but we've got high school football playoffs to come, so we wish all those teams the best. So for our entire crew, for a 10th straight week and a 3rd year, I'm Matt Sexton saying so long from Griffin Hall. We're going to head out to Tri-State Football's Friday Football Live coming up here in a moment. But again, thank you for joining us again for another season of here in Northern Kentucky. We will talk to you again next season on Friday Football Live.
Taft. I mean, that's a loaded division. Oh, Clinton Massey's in there too. That's going to be a fun playoff. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You get into this time of the year, and yeah, these conferences are right. But in some of these conferences, you're talking about a division or 2 difference. in the division opponents. When these guys get out there in their appropriate line divisions, it gets very interesting, and we'll see who will be able to make the runs and who won't. We'll be tracking it for you here. Programming note, by the way, we'll be here with the post-game show for you live as long as St. Xavier football goes on. So as they start, obviously they'll have a game next week. Hopefully the Bombers can make a big run. Once they're done, you'll be able to catch us 6 to 8 on Fridays as we close out the season. And of course, you want to subscribe to our podcast, check out the YouTube page, follow us everywhere there. And of course, on Twitter, or excuse me, X at TS Football, because we'll definitely be streaming a lot of video and stuff for you there as well. All right. So 1 hour down, we've got one more to go. We've had so many coaches lined up. We're definitely going to get to some of those. We got more finals for you. Our game balls still hand out as well. And before we get out of here, we're going to take a quick stab at what does that playoff bracket look like. We'll go region by region, tell you who we think's on top, all of that with Dan Claskins, Greg Shoemaker. More high school football tonight on Cincinnati's ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been the local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are looking for quality products with prices they can afford. From uniforms and sports gear to fan apparel and promotional items, we take pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve.
Okay, hang on for me.
Online at theundergroundsportsshop.com or call us at 513-751-16.
I'm sorry, I just realized that's what I say to people on the phone.
Ride on.
I apologize.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably?
It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp.
I can probably hit the green from here.
Probably.
Can I get a mulligan? Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay.
Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Want to hear something scary? The amount of dust, pet hair, and allergens creeping in your air ducts right now is scary. That's why I call the pros at Zero Res Air Duct Cleaning to maintain a healthy, happy air quality in my home, family, and pets right now. Right now. Right now. Take advantage of this spectacular deal. Mention me, Bill Cunningham. Receive $50 off your next air duct cleaning. Use the promo code AIR50 when scheduling online at ZeroResCincy.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. Believe me, it's the right way to clean.
Matt always knew he wanted to be a doctor. That's why he makes the most of every day. To study before breakfast, to work hard, to do whatever was necessary to achieve his goal. He found an answer in the military. If you have a passion, a vision for your future in any field, todaysmilitary.com can be your path to a fulfilling career. You have a calling, we have an answer. Find your way at todaysmilitary.com.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Mela Services has been your one-stop shop for window and carpet cleaning for over 15 years. We've built a rep
I have Coach Engler on.
with thorough, responsive, and dependable service. Mela's proud of our 4.9 out of 5-star Google.
Coach Engler from Ryle. That's who you said, right?
So let us put our award-winning team of
Yep.
to work for you. Check us out at mellaservices.com/football.
If you or a loved one has sleep apnea, you can help advance research that may lead to a cure. Myapnea.org is an online community where providers, researchers, families, and patients can share and learn from each other. Fill out the online survey and wake up to a better future at myapnea.org, a public service from the American Sleep Apnea Association.
We're here with David Cooper, Vice President of Genesis Diamonds. David, we're familiar with iconic brands. Are there designers for engagement rings?
Absolutely. Like every other industry, there are 10 renowned bridal designers who have been leading the industry for years. They are trusted, respected, and exclusive. Every jewelry store wishes to have them.
So what makes these designer engagement rings so desirable?
These designers drive a surge of customers to the store, making it the place to be. They attract shoppers who value quality, sophistication, and the ability to express their individuality through their engagement ring.
Can customers find these engagement rings in other stores?
Absolutely not. Other stores would love to have them, but they didn't make the cut. They have to settle for what they can get, not what they wish to have.
So Genesis has cornered the market.
Certainly. We offer a world-class exclusive selection from $1,900 complete rings to $200
Stand by.
for celebrity rings. The best bridal designers in the world create these one-of-a-kind rings specifically to showcase your individuality like no other ring.
Genesis Diamonds.
I'm David Cooper. Come see us on Montgomery Road.
All right, let's jump right back into it here on High School Football Tonight, powered by TriStateFootball.com, Cincinnati's ESPN 1530, Fox Sports 1360. I'm Dan Claskins, the publisher of TriStateFootball.com, along with Greg Shoemaker. We'll be with you till 11 p.m. Eastern night. We're with you all season long over at Tri-State. Be sure to check out our scores there, TriStateFootball.com/scores for the Underground Sports Shop scoreboard. And while you're there, you can go out and check out the score between Simon Kenton and Ryle tonight. It was the Raiders coming up with the big road victory, 37-0. They pick up another big win, and here to talk about it with us now, it is the Raiders head coach Mike Engler on the program. And Mike, I always appreciate joining us here. Congrats on another sound victory and what's been a pretty great season so far for your Raiders.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, tonight
it's been fun.
Tonight, you guys, took on one of the best passers, at least statistically, in Northern Kentucky, and offense has been putting up points. You put up a goose egg. Let's talk about the success on defense tonight and what you think about that effort.
Well, first off, our defense, I think, doesn't get enough credit. That's actually our third straight running clock.
Wow.
Put on them.
Wow.
So, but we've played such a tough schedule. Seven of our first 8 games were against ranked teams in their classes. And I think that's prepared us really well for our district. And, we got we're really good defensively. And our defense kind of took it to heart that he was one of the top passers in 6A and kind of wanted to prove a point that, that we could play some football and pretty much shut them down in the first half. And plus our defense coordinator was taken to the hospital before the game. So it was kind of one of those, it was kind of one of those things that they kind of felt that as well, that they wanted to do it for him.
Is he doing,
well.
is he doing all right?
Doing fine. He's doing fine. Last I've heard, he's doing really well. And, I'm hoping to talk to him here in just a little bit. And, but everything sounds pretty good in that
That's
aspect.
great. We'll keep him in our thoughts and prayers for sure.
Cool.
Hey, Mike, you're talking about your defense being so well, but you're starting to get some consistency on offense. Like you said, 3 straight running clocks, your best 3 games you put together offensively in a row this season. What's been the big difference here after that St. Xavier loss?
Well, even against St. Xavier, we moved the ball. We had about 400 yards of offense against them. We just made mistakes once we got down inside the 20, and we had a problem starting quick early in the season, so we changed up some things we did in practice. We changed up some things we did in our pregame, and we changed up, kind of sped our offense up a little bit. And since we've done that, we were actually averaging about 22 points a game in the first quarter.
Oh, wow.
So, and I think our kids have taken it to heart that, and plus, what people don't realize is Nate Verax is one of the best quarterbacks around, and everybody forgets that he came into the season he started at corner last year for us as a sophomore. So he got very little quarterback last year because his brother was the starting quarterback. And so he came into the season basically a young sophomore instead of a junior with virtually no experience. And it's taken him about 3, 4, 5 games to get that experience. And now he's rolling. I mean, now he's got all the confidence out there. He's reading things well. It's like the game all of a sudden just slowed down for him.
That's great. Mike, I want to get your perspective, just turning it up a little bit here, more about your schedule. As you mentioned, you guys played a very tough schedule. But, Kentucky, obviously, with the bye week in there, it's a little bit different. We see a handful of teams wrapping up their season. Your team, you had a bye right dead smack in the middle of the season. I mean, was that really on purpose? I mean, do you have a preference? What goes into the thought of that? And I don't know. It seems like I don't know if it's better to get the rest or to stay fresh. What's your thoughts?
Honestly, I just take the bye whenever it comes. It's just getting people's schedules. So, honestly, sometimes it just falls that way. I didn't really pay attention to when, we want to buy here or buy there. A few years ago, we had the last game of the season. And, sometimes if you're rolling, you want to keep going, but you also want to heal up a little bit. Yeah, people look at it in different ways.
Sure.
Honestly, I don't care. I just want to play football and get on with the next game.
Mike, one of the guys that you have, I was listening to another group today talking about the smaller schools. Guys play both ways, and you got one of those guys that's just a beast that can do it, and that's Jacob Savage. He's your leading tackler. He's your leading rusher. Tell everybody about this young man because he is something special.
He is special, and the good thing about it, he's only a junior. We don't have a whole lot of guys that go both ways. We actually do. We are able to have a lot of stars, but Savage, when you have a kid that good, you're going to put him on both sides of the football. If he's your best, if he's better than the second guy, even though he's playing both ways, then you play him. And I'm going to tell you, the kid he is in shape. He doesn't stop. I mean, there's a reason he's got like 7 D1 offers already. I mean, he's got, like Louisville, Indiana, Georgia Tech. I mean, he's got tons of offers.
Wow.
And he's only a junior. So, he's 6'1", 220 pounds and can run. You put him on the field. I mean, I wouldn't want to hit him.
I don't want to be hit by him either, for the record.
I wouldn't be hit by him either. No, he's one of those young men. He's smart. He's got a 4.0 GPA. He's one of those kids, and you just want him on the field. And he's got the perfect name, Savage.
I mean, it is. I mean, that's like they know he was going to play defense. I think from in his mother's womb, probably.
Yeah.
Mike, we appreciate your time. We know you've had a long day. Certainly our best to Adam and wishing him well. But good luck as you wrap up the regular season and as the playoffs emerge here. Hopefully we'll catch up with you later on as the calendar hits November.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. There you have it.
All right.
Big win.
Bye.
Big win for the Ryle Raiders.
Absolutely.
Taking care of business
man.
tonight. They'll wrap up their regular season next week, senior night at Ryle, I guess, because it's their home game versus Dixie there. And sure, you look at 6A right now. Ryle entered the week with the second best RPI ranking in all of 6A across the state of Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, look, only two losses by 7 points each, and they're good, man. They're just they're deep on both sides of the ball, and that's what I like about them. We didn't even talk about Dylan Smith, their defensive end, who's committed to Louisville. They're just like a Bo Gay's had a great year for them on defense as well. So they've got a bunch of guys that are really.
Why we're in the Bluegrass.
I have Coach McLaughlin on.
Yeah, definitely why we're in the Bluegrass State. A lot more scores coming in there. But before we get to them, we've got another coach on our hotline. We're going to go to our Blitz 5 matchup tonight. It was Elder. It was LaSalle at the Pit. And, man, what a thrilling game it was all the way to the finish. A lot of interceptions from both sides. It got real interesting in the fourth quarter. But in the end, the Lancers, they pull a win out 35-24, the final there, and their head coach with us here tonight talking briefly about that victory. Head coach Pat McLaughlin on ESPN 1530, Fox Sports 1360. Pat, we appreciate you checking in, man. Congrats on that big win tonight and a strong finish here to the regular season.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me on. It was a good win. Kids battled the whole year. I'll be there Sunday. I'm sorry, the coach. Kids battled all night. We knew it was going to be a tough ball game and unbelievable atmosphere at the Pit. But I'm proud of our guys for battling. offense, defense, special teams, a complete team win.
Let's take us through this exciting, because we were sort of watching it here as we were getting ready to come on the air. And I mean, when Elder got the pick six to retake that lead, it looked like, hey, man, the game was in their control. But man, your team, not only did they respond, they sealed it with a pick six of their own. I mean, when they got down on the sideline, what was it that helped them keep that poise?
They didn't flinch. And quite honestly, this game meant a lot to our seniors. They hadn't won a GCL game yet in the last 2 years. And so, so to go out with a GCL win,
that's great.
Even though we finished 1-2, we don't want to, we want to win the GCL, but it was very important to our team. And that was our emphasis all week. And Patrick played a great game. Brady O'Connor, Cyree gets a pick there at the end. The offensive line gave all kinds of time to throw the ball. I mean, Jack Shore, Devin Bird, all these guys just, played outstanding football tonight.
When you look at your son, Patrick McLaughlin, your son is the quarterback. He goes 19 for 21 tonight for 260 yards and 2 scores. When you, as a dad, looking at that on the sideline, what's that make you feel like when your kid has a game like that? I mean, that's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. I try not to get caught up in it and being a dad because you're trying to coach. But I think my wife is probably the most nervous person out there. She probably walked about 27 miles, tonight around the pit. But, for him, he saved his best for last. I think he was determined for our team to win. The offensive line gave him a lot of time. And, I'm just proud of him. And I won't reflect on anything until the season's over. But he's definitely had a good career so far.
The regular season is over, Pat. Do you have any guesses on how this is going to shake out with your playoff pairing?
Well, we're in here right now trying to crunch the numbers. We're going to depend on
I knew Xenia lost tonight. We know Xenia lost tonight. So I know Anderson.
Our guys will tell us we might be a 2, and that might get us Monroe, but I don't know. Our kids are excited.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get 2 home games, which is awesome. We get to play 2 more games with these seniors at Lancer Stadium. That they've been through so much, a couple tough years, and they never wavered. They trusted the process and kept working, and have led us to where we are today. So whoever we play, we'll be excited, and there'll be another opportunity for these seniors to get the first playoff win for them.
Pat, I was talking with Marty Eisel and Pat O'Connor and Brett Schneeber before the game, and we're talking about what a senior-laden team this was. Obviously, Pat's son plays on it, and Brett's one of your offensive assistants. And but they were just talking about, these kids have been through a lot of the wars. Reflect on these guys. And I'm sure with Patrick being your son, you see a lot of these kids at your house quite a bit as well too. So you've probably seen them all grow up together.
Yeah, it's like this is probably one of the closest teams that I've ever been a part of. I actually have 3 sons in the program, so I have a senior, a sophomore, and then a freshman. So the kids are always over. They're hanging out. They're going over each other's house. I just have probably a little bit different relationship with some of these kids. But Brady O'Connor, Caleb Lang, Landon Bates, Isaac Goldschmidt. I wish I could name them all. Naeem, Jameer, Trevor Bennett, just fantastic kids. Again, they trusted the process. They trusted us. They never wavered tonight. They never flinched. And I think they're excited to get in the playoffs and hopefully make a good run.
Pat, we appreciate you checking in, my friend. Best of luck to you in the playoffs. We're sure looking forward to watching you guys.
I appreciate everything you guys do for high school football. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pat.
There you have it.
All right.
Pat McLaughlin, the head coach of LaSalle. They come up tonight with a big win, their first GCL South win, as he said, for that senior class. That's pretty impressive. They knock off Elder 35-24. We got to get to break. We'll come back. We got more coaches. We got more scores. We got game balls, too. Stick around. It's Dan Klaskins. It's Greg Shoemaker. It's high school football tonight on Cincinnati's ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
Let's trade keys today at Kelsey Chevrolet. 0% APR is back. Rebates up to $7,500 and a Kelsey exclusive. $1,500 trade assistance on all new Chevys. Only at Kelsey Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. KelseyChev.com.
This is Edward James Olmos. Did you know that today 1 out of every 4 American kids is Hispanic? That means many of the future doctors, engineers, and entrepreneurs of our country can be your kids. We all know how hard it is for you to send them to college. This is why many support you. And the Hispanic Scholarship Fund helps you prepare, plan, and pay for your kids' college education. Learn more at hsf.net. Brought to you by the Hispanic Scholarship Fund and the Ad Council.
Craving Penn Station East Coast subs? Skip the line and order online at penn-station.com. Get your favorite sub with fresh cut fries and fresh squeezed lemonade. Visit penn-station.com.
I'm Tiffany. I have some tips for you on how to quit smoking like I did. First, I did some reading about it. I found a lot of great advice on how to quit smoking and picked out the ways I thought would work best for me. I started by setting a quit date. Then I threw out my ashtrays, lighters, and matches. I did other things too, like exercising more, and it worked. But I'd still get cravings, especially on long car rides. To help me with that, I put a picture of my mother in my car. She died of lung.
Not yet. Okay.
16. Now I have a 16-year-old daughter. That picture of my mother reminds me that I don't want to miss all the things my daughter is going to do in her life, including turning 17.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
The Blitz finale is here. LaSalle at Elder, the Superior Credit Union Game of the Week. GCL South rivals throwing down for the final time as the playoffs await around the corner. 11 o'clock highlights coming your way in studio. For Charlie Clifford, Olivia Ray, we thank you for watching all season long. Here we go, week 10.
For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been the local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are looking for quality products with prices they can afford. From uniforms and sports gear to fan apparel and promotional items, we take pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve. To place an order, visit us online at theundergroundsportsshop.com or call us at 513-751-1662. That's the Underground Sports Shop, showcasing pride on and off the field.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
If you compare a diamond from Genesis Diamonds to one you find somewhere else, one thing will always stand out. The Genesis diamond is, well, prettier and more brilliant.
We'll show you why our diamond's light performance is significantly greater than things you can get elsewhere.
Genesis Diamonds Vice President David Cooper.
Not just because of the color and the clarity, but because of things a certificate can't tell you. Because of the characteristics, the personality, the material.
It's the extra step in quality control that comes from an owner obsessed with perfection.
Our owner is incredibly picky when he buys diamonds, searching through hundreds just to get a handful. You will not see diamonds that have the fire at your average mall store or chain store or smaller independent because they don't have the access worldwide like Genesis Diamonds does. Our diamonds' light performance, character, and explosive brilliance is bar none the best your money can buy.
Don't compromise with a diamond that just looks good on paper. Get a diamond that reflects your love in the best light possible.
This diamond has to be spectacular.
Genesis Diamonds on Montgomery Road.
If you or a loved one has sleep apnea, you can help advance research that may lead to a cure. myapnea.org is an online community where providers, researchers, families, and patients can share and learn from each other. Fill out the online survey and wake up to a better future at myapnea.org, a public service from the American Sleep Apnea Association.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter?
I got him on.
Wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Craving Penn Station East Coast subs? Skip the line and order online at penn-station.com. Get your favorite sub with fresh cut fries and fresh squeezed lemonade. Visit penn.com.
Yes, I did. Stand by.
All right, welcome back in to Cincinnati ESPN 1530, Fox Sports 1360. It's high school football tonight. It's powered by TriStateFootball.com. He's Greg Shoemaker. I'm Dan Claskins. We got some help behind the glass from Kenzie Bartone, as well as our friends streaming our show live over there on YouTube. It is Elena Moore and Keegan Wood. And right now we're going to get back out to the coach hotline. Our next coach up comes from the Hoosier state of Indiana, where playoff action kicked off tonight. And wow, what a great night it was all around the area, including in Lawrenceburg, where the Tigers came out with a 34-8 victory over their rival South Dearborn. Here to talk about it with us now, head coach Randy Kaniga and Ryan Kaniga. Ryan, always great to catch up with you, my friend, and congrats on picking up that playoff dub tonight.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me on. Just a great night of football over here in the state of Indiana. As you'd mentioned, playoff game and versus our rival who we actually played last week. So a quick turnaround and, that was kind of nice. Didn't have to do too much game planning, but really played well tonight. Was able to run the football. Our defense was lights out again. And just glad to have another week with our guys.
Ryan, when you look at this team, you had to play South Dearborn back-to-back weeks. I think you already knew that they were your playoff opponent before last week, if I'm not mistaken. How hard is that to, do you have to pull back a little bit on the reins when you played them last week? Not show them too much? I mean, how did you approach that?
Yeah, it's a unique opportunity for sure. We had that same situation in 2022 when we made our state run. We played them week 9 and then turned around and played them right back at their place again. But we're pretty simple. We do what we do, and we held a few things back. But everyone that knows our team and has watched us play, we didn't play well last week, and that just really disappointed our kids because they knew they could play better. They knew they, had more in the tank. We just didn't execute very well. But, give South Dearborn credit last week. They played phenomenal. But we were still able to find a way to win. And, I guess the good thing about playing somebody back-to-back that fast is you get to come back and then you get to try to fix some things and you know what they're going to do and some of their adjustments. So, we had a great week of practice, a great prep, and proud of our kids. They played hard, and we executed very well tonight.
Coach, we definitely get into the scenario. I mean, this time of year, defense wins championships. We hear it all the time. Your defense has been pretty stellar. I mean, all but one game this season, holding opponents to under 14 points and really under 10 points here for the 5th time in 6 outings. I mean, let's talk about this unit and what's been so part of their success in helping carry your football team here to what is now translated into what looks like is it 9 or 10 game winning streak here.
Yeah, 9, and opened up there at East Central, and just played a great game and got beat by a good football team, and then able to reel 9 off, and that's been kind of our story here lately, and maybe someday we'll get over that East Central hump, but our defense coming into the year, we thought that our defense would have to keep us in some games while our offense developed. We're starting a sophomore quarterback and had a lot of new faces on that side of the ball. But on defense, we returned 6 or 7 starters. Noah Kaniga, he's an Eastern Michigan commit. He's our Mike linebacker. Kenzer Pope, Cole Holder, our D-line, Crew Gilmore, James Baker. All those guys are just playing really well. And, a lot of those guys got a lot of reps last year. And our defensive staff does a great job, great game plans, and our kids are locked in, and we fly around on that ball, and it's a fun defense to play in, and we're going to get after you. We're going to blitz, and, we have a lot of athletes, and they've just really executed. We've tackled well. We've tackled well in space. We haven't given all, and we've just gotten after people, and it's been fun to watch.
Let's talk about your sophomore quarterback, Crew Gilmore, a little bit. I know he started as a freshman on the defensive side of the ball, but he's made the transition. And he's playing pretty well right now. I think he had over 100 yards passing or 100 yards rushing in the first half of this game. And just talk about in his transition from defense to offense, but also being a sophomore and how well he's come on.
Yeah, he's a dynamic kid. Just a different playmaker back there, and he, as some coaches would say, he's an X factor, and he does a lot of things out there sometimes that you can't coach as a coach. He just plays, and he started last year for us on defense, and we had Logan Ayhouse at quarterback the last 2 years, and he did a heck of a job for us, and we felt that Crew would be the next guy. He had been the quarterback coming up for that class, and he adds to our offense what we like to do. We like to have a running quarterback. We feel that we're more diverse when that happens. And he just gives us that other element. And, if the guys up front are doing their thing and we can get him loose in the run game. And he's really, really worked hard at becoming just a better quarterback in our passing game. And, one time, he's just been phenomenal. And he's only going to get better. I compare him to Garrett Yoon in the run game, who was a great quarterback for us. And, I think he'll develop in the passing game as we, go down this journey with him. But he is a dynamic playmaker. He's a high-level college kid. He's almost 6 foot, but, man, he has a lot of potential, a lot of skill, and, he makes us hard to defend, and we're glad he's a Tiger for sure.
Ryan, we always appreciate the time. Congrats again on picking up the playoff win here tonight. We wish you the best of luck next week as you guys continue on your journey versus Greensburg, and looking forward to catching up with you soon.
Hey, thanks for the coverage, and go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
There you have it. Lawrenceburg, the Tigers advancing their head coach, Ryan Knigic, joining us after their 9th win in a row.
5th time in 6 years they've won 9 in a row after losing the opener to Lawrenceburg. That's consistency, man.
Consistency, and we can consistently expect them to be a tough out here in the IHSAA playoff picture. Mm-hmm. Speaking of playoff pictures, Shu, we got to talk about what we think's shaking down in Ohio. We're going to do our best to take some guesses at it. We'll do that. Continue along. We got more scores, more finals coming in. Still our game balls to hand out as well. Stick around. We'll be back after this short break right here on Cincinnati's ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
Mela Services has been your one-stop shop for window and carpet cleaning for over 15 years. We've built a reputation for excellence with thorough, responsive, and dependable service. Mela's proud of our 4.9 out of 5-star Google ranking because it means we've delivered excellent service to our customers over and over again. So let us put our award-winning team of cleaning experts to work for you. Check us out at melaservices.com/football.
For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been the local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are looking for quality products with prices they can afford. From uniforms and sports gear to fan apparel and promotional items, we take pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve. To place an order, visit us online at theundergroundsportsshop.com or call us at 513-751-1662. That's the Underground Sports Shop, showcasing pride on and off the field.
A healthy, happy air quality in my family and pets right now. Take advantage of this spectacular deal. Mention me, Bill Cunningham. Receive $50 off your next air duct cleaning. Use the promo code AIR50 when scheduling online at ZeroResCincy.com. Zerorez, spell it backwards or forwards. Believe me, it's the right way to clean.
Sometimes it seems the crises just keep coming for children. COVID, war, drought, and famine. They can seem downright relentless. But you know what? So can our response. When helping children unites us, we are a force to be reckoned with. Where there is help, there is hope. It's why UNICEF won't stop, ever. Learn more at unicefusa.org/we won't stop.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing.
This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp.
I can probably hit the green from here.
Probably.
Can I get a mulligan?
Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure?
All right, I got Coach Walker on.
I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay. Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We're here with David Cooper, Vice President of Genesis Diamonds. David, we're familiar with iconic brands. Are there designers for engagement rings?
Absolutely. Like every other industry, there are 10 renowned bridal designers who have been leading the industry for years. They are trusted, respected, and exclusive. Every jewelry store wishes to have them.
So what makes these designer engagement rings so desirable?
These designers drive a surge of customers to the store, making it the place to be. They attract shoppers who value quality, sophistication, and the ability to express their individuality through their engagement ring.
Can customers find these engagement rings in other stores?
Absolutely not. Other stores would love to have them, but they didn't make the cut. They have to settle for what they can get, not what they wish to have.
So Genesis has cornered the market.
Certainly. We offer a world-class exclusive selection from $1,900 complete rings to $250,000 celebrity rings. Best bridal designers in the world create these one-of-a-kind rings specifically to showcase your individuality like no other ring.
Genesis Diamonds.
I'm David Cooper. Come see us on Montgomery Road.
All right, welcome back into Cincinnati's ESPN 1530, Fox Sports 1360. It's high school football night, powered by TriStateFootball.com. He's Greg Shoemaker. I'm Dan Claskins. We're going to get right back out to our coach hotline. We're going to go over to the ECC, where we had a barn burner tonight between Turpin and Milford. And it was the Spartans coming out on top in this one. They win by a score of 24-21. Here to talk about that victory with us, head coach Brian Walker joining us now. And Brian, congrats on snapping that losing streak here and finishing the regular season with a big win, man. How were the fellas feeling after this one?
They're fired up. They're still excited right now, and it was crucial. Didn't want to go into the off season with that losing streak, and hoping the younger teams win tomorrow. Definitely a big win for the program.
Yeah, so when you look at this, I know you had to leapfrog several teams. Do you know if you're in or out? Are you going to get that 16 seed? And what do you know about your playoff chances?
I don't. I'm waiting to hear. It's looking like a long shot. We should find out soon. Do you guys know anything?
I know. We're sitting here trying to look at all the teams you need to leapfrog.
Yeah.
It's a long shot.
Well, like you said,
we just want to take care of our business.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can do, control what you can control. And when you guys pick up this big win tonight, I mean, gosh, 24-21, it was a great game for those of us that weren't there. Tell us what was the key to the victory.
It was just sticking together. We lost our lead in the third quarter. They came back on us, but we didn't panic. Made some big plays, a huge fourth down catch, and the guys just didn't panic. So, scored one with about a minute to go up on a nice catch, throwing catch. And, we're able to hang in there. Just very proud of these seniors and glad that my staff and team, kept coming to work every week, facing a new challenge.
Yeah, you talk about challenges. I was out and watched you guys against I think it was Milford, um, or yeah, I think it was Milford, and you guys, your offensive line's a little bit on the small side, but you guys did well, and I know your quarterback is your biggest player on your team, but he's had to handle a lot of adversity and a lot this year. Talk about Devin Nygam and just what he means to your team and what he means to that offense.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. And for anybody listening, I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the city. For better and worse, he is bigger than my whole line. We're small, and you can only hide that for so long. There's some tenacious defenses in our league, and sometimes we have to just do what we can. But Devin's a beast. He's every bit of 6'5", 225, and can make all the throws. And when you take into account that he's running for his life sometimes, and the defensive fronts we're going against, somebody's going to be really, really lucky to have him. I'm gonna miss going to battle with him, and he made some plays that he would like to have back tonight, but he made the big throws in the end, and he's a great quarterback, very talented.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, you talk about it, it's good to end the season. We don't have to carry this streak on here. You've got a ton of young players on there. I mean, what are you most excited about when you look ahead to what does lie ahead with your returners as you move into looking towards the offseason and next season? I mean, they picked up a lot of valuable experience this year for sure.
Good point, and it's true. It's hard for me to look ahead, especially as we're in the grind of the ECC, and we had some close ones that we could have picked up against West Clermont, and even played Lebanon tough. But the good news is the JV team's winning, the freshman team's 8-1. I started several sophomores the last couple of years. This is my second year here, so now that I can step back a little, and even though we're just coming to an end probably, but I'm gonna go watch these youngsters play tomorrow. Hopefully, we can go 3-0 against Milford, who won the league last year, and they're a solid program every year. Get into the weight room and try to bring some excitement. I think year 3 could kind of be our return.
Well, Brian, we're certainly wishing you the very best. We appreciate you taking a couple minutes. Congrats on getting that win tonight and getting that good mojo back there on the east side.
Well, thank you for the kind words and all the coverage. You guys do a great job.
Thanks, Brian. Well, hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
There you have it. Turpin, they finish off the season with a big win tonight over Milford, 24-21 in the ECC. And Shu, I think with that, it's a good time to take a trip down to that Underground Sports Shop scoreboard. We'll run them down for you from the top, going through all the big ones as we always do. For those of you that missed out on earlier on the game heard right here on these airwaves, St. Xavier, they take care of business in a big way, 62-0 over Life Christian Academy. The Bombers win and now await their playoff hopes, which we'll talk about here in a minute. 35-24 was the score in our Blitz 5 game of the week. LaSalle and Elder in that one. Moeller, who was supposed to play tomorrow, but they end up playing today, and they come up with a 52-27 win. And Muskegon, Shu, is that
Muskegon?
Muskegon, there we go. Muskegon up in Michigan, they win there. In the GMC, Middletown, 28-21 over Fairfield. It was 50-3 as Hamilton down Sycamore. 41-0 Lakota West blanks Mason. Princeton 41-3 over Coleraine. Oak Hills falls 24-6 to Lakota East. In the CHL was Madeira 20-14 over Deer Park. Indian Hill falling to Taylor 28-21. One of the better games of the night. I was watching a little bit of that earlier. Reading and Marymount 37-6 there. In Finneytown, they win by 33 lose by 33 versus Wyoming 36-3 there. In the ECC, of course, we talked about Turpin's big win. You also had West Clermont beating Little Miami by 10, 17-7. Anderson all over Loveland 49-23. Walnut Hills getting blanked by Kings 42-0. Winton Woods doubles up Lebanon 28-14. Shu. And we talked quite a bit about a lot of interesting, maybe the playoff story isn't going to be great for Turpin here, but man, you look at the rest of this conference, there's a lot of teams that can make some noise.
Yeah, there really are. And, you start with Winton Woods in Division 1, Region 4. They're going to be a handful. Obviously, Anderson's the clear front runner in Division 2, Region 8. Those two teams right there, I think you look at that league and you go, yeah, they're pretty special. And Kings has had a really good year, even though they're sitting there right behind those other two teams. They've played some pretty good defense, and if they get that passing game going a little bit here in November, they could be really tough out because Nate Lyman does a good job, and then Carson Lindholm's already running the ball well.
All right, with that, Greg, we're going to take a look at the Division II Region 8 playoff pairings from JoeIdle.com. We have an update within the last 2 minutes he's posted to the website here with all the projections. None of this is official, of course. We will start by talking through this for a second. None of it official, but it's the closest thing we can get to a projection. And as we look at it here, Shu, per JoeIdle.com, and we'll know on Sunday for real, but it appears Anderson, as we knew, has the 1 seed. LaSalle will move into that 2 spot. They've clinched a 2 playoff game. Xenia falls from 2 to 3. Baden with the big win, with the big pick, with the division title. They now slide up to 4 here. Mount Healthy 5, Harrison 6, King 7, Butler 8. That's how it looks like with your top 8. If this holds true, Greg, it would be Anderson versus Anderson. Well, we don't really know. Anderson, I guess, would play the 16 seed.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Monroe.
Monroe potential.
Monroe clinched it. So everybody's clinched. So it looks like it's going to be.
Yeah, so Monroe. Then we got Sydney, LaSalle, Trotwood, and Xenia, Aiken, Baden, Withrow at Mount Healthy, Lima Senior at Harrison, Butler at Kings. Let's take a look at what they are saying in Division 1, Region 4. Again, this per JoeIdle.com, unofficial, but updated as recently as just a couple minutes ago. And as expected, the Moeller Crusaders, the 1 seed, Lakota West, looking like they're going to lock in this 2 seed. Winton Woods right there at 3. Princeton, Hamilton, St. X, Lakota East, and Elder. Looks like these are the teams that all will have home games. West Claremont, the 9 seed. Mason, Milford, Oak Hills, Fairfield, Little Miami, Walnut Hills, Sycamore. The 2 mathematically eliminated Western Hills, Coleraine. So, Greg, this means Sycamore, Moeller, Walnut Hills at Lakota West, Fairfield at Winton Woods, Oak Hills at Princeton, Milford at Hamilton, Mason at St. Xavier in a game that will be heard right here on these airwaves. West Claremont, or wait a minute, I got this wrong.
You got that wrong, yeah.
I got that wrong. Mason would play Hamilton.
Yes.
West Claremont.
No, wait, right, 5-12 matchup.
Where am I missing that up there?
Yeah, one.
Yeah, it's okay. So just resetting it because I butchered it.
Yeah.
Sycamore, Moeller, 16-1. 15 at 2 would be Walnut Hills at Lakota West. 14 at 3 is where I got it. Start mixing it up. Little Miami and Winton Woods. 13 at 5 would be Fairfield and Hamilton. Or is that right?
13 at 4.
13 and 4 would be
Fairfield and Princeton.
Fairfield and Princeton. 12 and 5 is the matchup we're looking for. Oak Hills and Hamilton. 11 is Milford, would be at 6.
That's St. X.
That's St. X. So it would be St. X Milford here on these airwaves next Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Mason is the 10 seed. They would be going to 7. Lakota East. West Claremont would head to the pit to take on Elder. Man, that could be a good one.
That could be a really fast game too, man. Those 2 teams are running the ball all night long. But yeah, when I look at this, I just think so many first round matchups between league teams. You're looking at Little Miami, Winton Woods matchup in round 1. Princeton, Princeton, Fairfield, Hamilton, and Oak Hills. Yeah, really good matchups there.
Yeah, I mean,
and 7-10
with
Lakota
16
East,
teams, we got to remember you got 4 teams with 2 wins or less. So
yeah.
Really, until you get to the 12 seed Oak Hills, who finished 4 and 6 here, they'll be at Hamilton. Hamilton's playing pretty good. I mean, if you look at it and just say all the favorites hold out here, it's more about what week 2 could look like. We got that would set up Elder at Moeller, Lakota East, Lakota West, a rematch there. St. X will play Winton Woods in that week 2 matchup, and Hamilton would play Princeton. So that's just assuming all the seeding would hold true. But man, that second week of football is going to be a good one.
Yeah, the first week's got some, not so many great matchups in that region. But boy, you're right. Week 2 is going to be fun for sure. Unless somebody throws a monkey wrench.
We got to pay the bills. We'll take our final break. We'll come back. If we have time, we'll look at some of the other divisions and we'll hand out our final game balls of October. We'll do that when we wrap up this edition of High School Football Tonight right here on ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
We've been doing our own thing for more than 50 years at Gold Star. Also, you can do your own thing. The coney thing, the veggie thing, the fries thing, the juicy flat top burger thing. The cheesy, crunchy, wrapped up in a tortilla, can't believe this is a thing. It's not what you'd expect from a neighborhood chili parlor. And we think that's a good thing. At Gold Star, you're invited to come as you are, like what you like, and follow your own recipe.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, wherever the mission takes us, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Craving Penn Station East Coast subs? Skip the line and order online at penn-station.com. Get your favorite sub with fresh cut fries and fresh squeezed lemonade. Visit penn-station.com.
Hey, BBN, stay connected to the Cats with the Big Blue Brew, the official newsletter of UK Athletics. The Big Blue Brew is completely free. Sign up today at ukathletics.com/Big Blue Brew. The Big Blue Brew hits inboxes weekday mornings and provides fans with a rundown of top news, trivia questions, unforgettable highlights, and info on upcoming events. Go to ukathletics.com/Big Blue Brew to sign up.
Everybody buckle up. Buckle up. Let's go. Buckle up. Can we go to the store? Mom, buckle up. Everybody, buckle up.
A lot goes on in the car, but you're in control. So only move when you hear the click that says they're buckled in. Never give up until they buckle up. Learn more at safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Getting engaged today is not as easy as it used to be.
Genesis Diamonds Vice President David Cooper.
Taking into account social media, taking into account lab-grown diamonds versus natural diamonds, it can seem like a lot of information and it can seem difficult.
If you're considering a lab-grown diamond versus a natural diamond, come to Genesis for a complete no-holds-barred education.
All too many jewelers are overpricing their lab-grown diamonds and taking advantage of the customer.
Indeed, some jewelers are charging double what Genesis does for the same stone. At Genesis, you'll learn the facts about lab-grown diamonds so you can make a smart decision and be guaranteed the best price.
At Genesis Diamonds, we pride ourselves on education and informing our customers exactly about what they're buying. Regardless of the center stone you choose, be it a naturally mined diamond or a lab-grown diamond, we're going to give you the absolute best price and best value for your budget. We have the lowest prices on lab-grown diamonds in Cincinnati.
Unbeatable value, highest quality, biggest selection, best education, and extreme transparency. Genesis Diamonds on Montgomery Road.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe fourth row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free spicy chicken sandwiches from Wendy's, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
All right, welcome back in. Final segment of the program as we wrap up October here on High School Football Tonight, powered by TriStateFootball.com, Cincinnati's ESPN 1530, Fox Sports 1360. A big thanks going out to all the coaches that joined us tonight, all of you that listened, our wonderful producer behind the glass for working so hard, Kenzie Bartone, and Elena Moore Keegan-Wood on the live stream over at TS Football on our YouTube page. And like to throw a shout out to our friends over at Friday Football Live at Wes Akers, his NKU class, wrapping up their Red Zone show after a great season. Pretty cool stuff, Shu. We're really happy.
Yeah,
to
we've
be
had a
working
blast. Thanks, Elena, for all your work. And Keegan, you guys have been great.
They're great. All their student peers on that program. A lot of fun. Wes doing great stuff there. But also, while we're at it, let's go ahead and, just hand out some game balls, Shu, before we get back here. I've got a couple team game balls I wanted to hand out.
Oh.
Couple team game balls here. And let's start with one of the best teams we cover, the Cooper Jaguars.
There we go.
As you said, Shu, first ever perfect regular season in their school's history. They've earned home field advantage throughout the entire playoffs as the number one team in the state.
Wow.
Tonight, they dominate my alma mater, Dixie Heights, 63-21. First unbeaten regular season in program history. Randy Borchers, the whole team, the whole kit and caboodle. They're going to be a fun team to watch in November.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait for this run. This is, they've been gearing up for it, and hopefully they get another rematch against Highlands there in the state semifinals like they did the last time. That'll be fun to watch. And boy, I'm really rooting for Randy to get this thing knocked out.
And while we're at it, let's go ahead and give one to Greensburg. I mean, they pick up their first win, and it's a playoff game for nonetheless. They haven't won in 2 years, Shu.
That's so
They
awesome.
get the first win tonight. It's in the playoffs. You're getting that dub. They're moving on, baby. They got Lawrenceburg next week, but they can worry about that next Friday night. Let's celebrate the victory. Get that monkey off your back.
Absolutely. I think that's totally good. Hats off to Coach Anderson out there for getting that done. I think that's his first victory as a head coach out there. He's only been there this is his second year. So good job for those guys. And, my game ball tonight has to go to Patrick McLaughlin. 19 for 21 for over 200 yards, a couple touchdown passes. Went 8 for 8 on that first drive, first scoring drive, I think, for him. But he lit it up pretty well tonight and had a really breakout game in his senior year. So hats off to Patrick McLaughlin.
Yeah, hats off indeed, and a great story there. Greg, going back just to Kentucky, I had one more over in the Bluegrass State to talk about, and why don't we go ahead and give it a couple. I mean, Beechwood, you talk about another team that deserves it tonight. Well, I mean, gosh, their defense finally got scored on tonight, 17 straight. They rallied back there. They allowed their first touchdown in 11 district games. Think about that.
Wow.
And the last 11 district games, first time that they allowed a touchdown. But James Cusick, 83-yard kickoff return, a 16-yard touchdown reception after that to help a 17 unanswered. They end up pulling away. They win anyway. But another team that'll be fun to watch. We'll give our game ball to James Cusick.
Yeah, and I know we did Cooper, but Cam O'Hare tonight went over 100 career yards or 100 career passing touchdowns. Clay Hayden from Beechwood did it last week. So we have 2 Northern Kentucky kids with over 100 career touchdown. So I want to just give them a shout out as well. So nice job by Cam O'Hara and Clay Hayden to get into elite company.
No doubt about that. And that is elite company too for what they've been doing. But Shu, as we turn back towards the Buckeye State, we've got some game balls to hand out there. And let's go out to the one. I mean, this was a ceiling victory to clinch the GCL co-ed, but Rocco Malazzo comes up with a big interception at the second to last play of the game as McNick was driving to win it. He picks it off at the Rockets' 1-yard line to seal the deal. And not only to seal the deal, but that catapulted Baden up to the 4 seed now, which means a second playoff game as they get into playoff calendar.
That's awesome. I mean, we were talking off the air. Division II Region 8's got a GCL South team and a GCL co-ed team in the top 4, and we'll host 2 playoff games. So that's pretty fun to watch there. I think that's going to be fun. I think if those guys all get down to the Final Four, that's regional.
Something to see there. This isn't really game ball, but I wrote this stat down, and Tony and Ralph on the St. X broadcast, the post-game show. I thought it was this stat just blows my mind. Tonight, St. X won 62-0 versus Life Christian Academy, a much smaller overmatched school for sure. Shoot, they scored 62 points, the Bombers did, but they only had 36 plays of offense, 212 total yards, 62 points. Of their 36 plays, 55% of them, 20 of them went for first downs. I have never seen such a lopsided stat line as that. That's really hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just like everything you do. That's like what do you call Tecmo Bowl or whatever they call it. Yeah, I mean, amazing night for St. X. 8 different guys scored. A lot of seniors who didn't get a lot of playing time found the end zone on senior night. Great, just an awesome night for St. X football. They needed one like that.
Yeah, they get it big there. Any other game balls you had, Shu?
Yeah, I want to give one out to Shelvon Hibbett from Princeton. He's got 13 sacks on the year. He had 2 more tonight. He's had 8 sacks in the last 5 games. He's just really turned it on for their defense. Hats off to Shelvon Hibbett, who had his 2 sacks tonight and 2.5 tackles for losses and a fumble recovery. So nice job by him.
Sire Smothers, the 26 Sire Summers, the 26-yard interception return that really was the nail in the coffin as the Panthers get knocked off by LaSalle. Let's give that. I mean, Lancers with a big win tonight. That those guys finally got a GCL South win, that senior class. That's pretty special. As Coach McLaughlin joined with us.
Absolutely, it is. What a great night for those guys. And I'm looking at some other scores. And
well, Shu, I mean, we're down to our final minute or so here.
All
so I wanted to just get your thoughts. We wrap up the regular season. We turn the page to next week. Yes, it is playoffs in Ohio, second week of playoffs in Indiana. Obviously, some Kentucky teams finishing out the regular season. But, man, as we look ahead to next week, a lot of big underdogs on the card.
There are. And, you know, what do we know? It's some seniors don't want to go out, and there will be that one team that's a senior later team that makes a great run. Maybe it's LaSalle, but there's other teams out there that their seniors aren't going to die, and they're not going to go without a big time fight. And that's what I love about playoff football, because some teams really wear their hearts on their sleeves and at this time of year. And you know, the weather starts to change. We're going to have another good week next week, it looks like, but after that,
After that, you'll be wearing your electric socks. Will already be coming into play. I'm surprised you haven't put them on yet, dude. I don't know. But, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. TriStateFootball.com. We'll be covering it all for you there. Be sure to get all the recaps of tonight's games. If you got a Gold Star Team of the Week or a Mellow Window Carpet and Player of the Week nominee, you can email us, staff@TriStateFootball.com before 9 a.m. on Sunday. That's all the time we've got for tonight. For our producer, Kenzie Bartone, Elena Moore, Keegan Wood, and Greg Shoemaker, I'm Dan Claskins. We'll see you next week right here on High School Football Tonight on ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.